What if history whispered truths so scandalous they could topple empires? Louis XVIII, a name draped in royal silk and laced with betrayal. Was he a puppet king, or the architect of a shadowy revenge? The ink barely dried on treaties when whispers of plots and poison swirled like a tempest in the grand salons of France. The revolution had butchered his brother, but Louis wasn't merely a survivor, he was a puppeteer in a cruel game of thrones, wielding a crown riddled with bullets and blood. Imagine this: Paris, 1814, a city cloaked in the scent of gunpowder and ambition. The streets thrummed with unrest, like a drumbeat heralding doom. Yet, amid the chaos, Louis sauntered back into power, cloaked in the arrogance of a lion returning to a den of sheep. He donned his crown like a warrior dons armor, brimming with the weight of legacy, yet teetering on the brink of collapse. Did he return to restore order, or was he driven by a darker call? The ghost of his brother loomed large, a spectre demanding vengeance. What if the threads of destiny were woven with deceit? Behind the velvet curtains of Versailles, intrigue sprawled like a spider's web, each strand shimmering with the promise of betrayal. A love affair with a beautiful courtesan, a secret pact with an unlikely ally, and a ticking clock counting down to revolution once more. The stakes? His very life. His throne. His soul. Picture the conspirators, smug aristocrats, their laughter echoing like daggers in the halls, plotting Louis's demise over goblets of wine. Each toast a silent curse. Each smile a dagger. They didn't just want his throne, they craved his very essence, a king stripped bare. Behind closed doors, they whispered his name, a chant both reverent and sinister. Would he play their game, or would he unleash a storm that would consume everything in its path? But wait, what secrets did his enemies harbor? What hidden alliances festered in the shadows? As France's finest tangled in a dance of treachery, Louis became the puppet master, pulling strings that could decimate them all. He smiled, but was that a facade, an armor against the cold steel of betrayal? Tick-tock, tick-tock. Every second dripped with tension. History isn't just written in the blood of the fallen, it's scrawled in the ink of the living. Louis XVIII was not merely a king, he was a phoenix rising from the ashes of a revolution, ready to ignite a new fire, or perhaps, to be consumed by one. So, what's the truth behind the crown? A tale of redemption, or one steeped in malice? One misstep, and the empire crumbles. One revelation, and empires burn. The clock ticks louder. Secrets claw at the edges of the narrative. Will the truth set him free, or will it seal the fate of the French Empire forever? The answer lies just beyond reach, nestled in the chaos of a world where betrayal wears a smile and history holds its breath. The air crackled with tension, a thunderstorm brewing in the heart of that small, dimly lit room. The walls, bare and peeling, whispered secrets of desperation, the kind that settles in the bones and festers like an unhealed wound. The clock on the wall ticked angrily, each second punctuating the silence, its relentless march echoing the frantic breaths of a mother trapped in the throes of labor, the birth of a child a mere backdrop to the turmoil that surrounded her. I remember the way she gasped, her body contorting as if the universe was bending against her will. Her name was Ilara, a name as beautiful as the night sky but burdened with the weight of her past. She was a woman shaped by choices, haunted by the ghosts of her family, their shadows stretching long across the horizon of her life. A mother forced into the role of warrior, fighting against the very notion of hope, she gripped the edge of the bed, nails digging into the splintered wood, blood mingling with the sweat on her brow. And then there was Silas, the father, pacing like a caged lion, his hands trembling as he muttered prayers that felt more like curses. I remember the way his eyes darted around the room, searching for solace in the chaos. A man burdened by his own demons, he carried the weight of expectations heavier than the stones in his heart. He had envisioned fatherhood as a sanctuary, a refuge, yet here he was, teetering on the edge of despair, caught between love and fear. Silas, with his dark curls and hopeful smile, now reduced to a shell of a man, haunted by the question that lingered in the corners of their cramped home, were they enough? Outside, the storm unleashed its fury. Rain hammered the roof like 1,000 drummers, a relentless symphony of nature's rage. Inside, Ilara fought. With every contraction, her breath shattered like glass, a fragile thing breaking under pressure. I remember the moment she locked eyes with Silas, the world around them dimming as if the storm had swallowed their reality whole. There was a connection, profound and terrifying, their love, the very essence of their union, quaking in the balance, teetering on the edge of joy and despair. "Breathe, Ilara." "Just breathe," Silas urged, his voice a mixture of desperation and determination. He was trying to anchor her, to ground them both in a moment that felt like an eternity. But the air was thick with unspoken fears, the fear of failure, of loss, of bringing another life into a world that had shown them nothing but hardship. The walls closed in, their shadows shifting, as if the very fabric of their existence was watching, judging. Ilara let out a primal scream that pierced through the storm, raw and unfiltered. I remember the sound. It reverberated through the room, shaking the dust from the corners, rousing the spirits that lingered, unforgiving, relentless. The memories of her own mother, lost too soon, came crashing back like waves, each one pulling her deeper into the abyss of anxiety. "What if I'm not enough?" she thought, the haunting question echoing in her mind, drowning out the rhythmic pounding of the rain. The storm outside roared, a symphony of chaos reflecting the turmoil within. Yet, somewhere in the unending cacophony, a new sound emerged, a wail, sharp and piercing, cutting through the dark like a beacon of light. Time stilled, the air thickened. It was the sound of life, a cry that shattered the storm, a signal that hope could emerge from despair. I was born. The room erupted in a cacophony of emotions, a floodgate burst open, drowning the fears that had once gripped them both. Ilara collapsed back against the bed, tears streaming down her cheeks, her body spent yet radiant, illuminated by the fragile light of a new beginning. Silas, trembling, reached for the tiny bundle, his hands shaking as he cradled me. I felt the warmth of his love envelop me, a blanket woven from their fears and dreams alike. He named me Orion, a name that danced on his lips like a promise, a constellation forged in the dark. "You'll be our guiding star," he whispered, voice thick with emotion, as if he believed that somehow I could mend the broken pieces of their world. But even in that moment of joy, the shadows lingered. I could feel them, creeping at the edges of their celebration, a reminder of the fragility of life. Silas's smile faltered as he turned his gaze to Ilara, who lay there, exhausted, her chest heaving as she embraced me with a love that was fierce yet tinged with fear. What if he ends up like me, she thought, her mind swirling with the possibilities of failure, of repeating the cycle that had bound them both. I was their hope, yet I was also their vulnerability. Ilara's heart thudded heavily in her chest, the weight of her lineage pressing down upon her, an invisible chain that threatened to bind me to the same fate. Silas, too, felt it, the echoes of his past reverberating through the air, fears flickering like dying embers in his heart. He wanted to be a hero, to be the man who could change the course of their history, yet the memories of his own father's failures loomed large. In that small room, amidst the fury of the storm and the shouts of joy that followed my arrival, the air buzzed with unacknowledged truths. What would we become? What would this fragile, beautiful life mean in a world that had taught them to brace for the worst? And as the storm outside raged on, I felt the weight of expectation settle over me like a shroud, the promise of a future woven from the threads of their fears and dreams. The clock ticked mercilessly, a reminder that time was relentless, each second pulling us further into the unknown. But for now, in that moment of chaos and calm, I existed, a fragile flicker of hope in a world draped in shadows. And as I lay nestled in my mother's arms, the storm howled outside, a fitting backdrop to the tempestuous journey that had just begun. The clock ticks louder than a funeral march, each second a reminder of the haunting silence that envelops the room. I can hear the distant echo of laughter, a cruel contrast to the heaviness in my chest. It's a voice that once filled the walls with warmth, now twisted into an agonizing memory. "You're not enough," it whispers, echoing like an ominous chant in my mind. I stand, frozen, at the edge of my own existence, teetering on the brink of despair and determination. Across the room, Anna's hands tremble as she clutches her pen, a thin lifeline in a swirling storm of doubt. I can see the fight in her eyes, the flicker of hope battling against a tide of despair. She was always the one with bright ideas, bursting with creativity, yet the world seemed intent on dulling her shine. "Just get it right this time, Anna," she mutters, a desperate plea directed at herself, her voice cracking like fragile glass. I remember her laughter before the shadows thickened, before the teacher's dismissive glances and the whispers that wrapped around us like a noose. Are you even listening? Lucas snaps, his frustration palpable, thick as smoke in the air. He's the one who carries the weight of the world on his shoulders, the one who wears his heart like a badge of honor. But lately, the badge feels like an anchor dragging him down into the abyss of fear and failure. You can't just write about dreams, Anna. This is serious. His voice cuts through the tension, a blunt instrument against the delicate fabric of our friendship. I watch as Anna flinches, her pen hovering above the paper, uncertain whether to bleed her heart onto the page or retreat into silence. I remember the first time we met, sitting under the old oak tree in the park, the sun filtering through the leaves like shards of gold. We were children then, lost in a world painted with imagination, where anything was possible. Dreams flowed like a river, untainted by the harsh realities that awaited us. We crafted stories of knights and dragons, racing on the wings of our fantasies, but now those wings are clipped. Anna's once vibrant spirit dimmed by the weight of expectation, and Lucas's laughter now tinged with bitterness, a reminder of dreams deferred. The classroom is a battleground, the air thick with unspoken words. I can see the clock on the wall, its hands moving with a mocking slowness, each tick amplifying the tension between us. I remember sitting in that very classroom, pencils scratching against paper, our minds ablaze with ideas, but the atmosphere has shifted. The walls, once a canvas of dreams, are now a prison of conformity, suffocating us, stifling our creativity. It's just a project, I whisper, trying to bridge the chasm that seems to grow wider with every heartbeat. Yet, my words feel inadequate, as if they're caught in the web of fear that holds us captive. Anna's eyes flicker with pain, a fleeting glimpse of the fire that once burned bright within her. It's not just a project. It's everything, she replies, her voice barely above a whisper, but it reverberates in my chest, a haunting melody of vulnerability. I want to reach out, to tell her that she is more than the grades that define her, more than the expectations that crush her spirit, but the words get caught in my throat. The school is a maze of judgment, each corner hiding a specter of disappointment, lurking to snatch away the light from our eyes. Lucas leans back against his chair, the wooden legs scraping against the floor like nails on a chalkboard. We're supposed to be the future, right? He scoffs, his voice dripping with sarcasm. But what future is this? It's like we're being molded into something we're not. I can see the fire in his eyes, a rebellion brewing, yet the weight of doubt drags him down. Why can't they see us? He asks, a desperate plea for validation. The question lingers in the air, thick with unspoken fears, wrapping around us like a fog that refuses to lift. And then, the world shifts. I remember the first time I saw Anna's artwork, colors splashed across the canvas, wild and free, each brushstroke a testament to her soul. You should show this to the class, I urged, but she shook her head like a caged bird. What if they don't understand, she whispered, her voice trembling, like a leaf caught in the wind. What if they laugh? The vulnerability in her words sliced through me, a knife to the heart. I wanted to scream, to tell her that the world needed her art, her vision, but the fear loomed larger than any encouragement I could muster. Now, as we sit in the dim classroom, the stakes have never felt higher. The project hangs over us like a guillotine, poised to drop at the slightest misstep. We have to push through this, I finally say, my voice steady, a resolve igniting within me. We can't let them cage us. Anna's gaze meets mine, a flicker of something unnameable passing between us, fear, hope, a promise. Lucas watches, and in that moment, I see the old spark return, the glimmer of a dream yet unbroken. The clock ticks again, a relentless reminder that time is slipping through our fingers like sand. Okay, Anna breathes, determination replacing doubt. Let's do this. A wave of relief washes over me, a fragile trust binding us together, the shadows receding just enough to let the light seep in. But the battle isn't over, it has merely begun. The classroom, once a breeding ground for fear, becomes a canvas for our voices, raw, honest, and unyielding. As we lean into each other's strengths, the air crackles with intensity. I can almost taste the freedom, a heady mix of creativity and chaos. The tension thickens, the world outside fading into insignificance. The whispers of doubt still linger, but we are no longer alone. We are a constellation of dreams fighting against the void, each heartbeat pounding out a rhythm of defiance. Let them watch, I say, my voice rising above the chaos. Let them see who we really are. And in that moment, I remember, the past may haunt us, but the future is ours to claim. The shadows swell, twisting and shifting, but we are no longer afraid. Together, we step into the light, our voices rising like a phoenix, daring the world to listen. And as the clock ticks on, we embrace the uncertainty, our hearts entwined in a battle that has only just begun. The air was thick with impending doom, a chilling silence, as if the world held its breath. The castle's walls trembled, not from the heavy boots of soldiers, but from the shattering of hope. I stood in the shadows, my back pressed against the cold stone, heart hammering as if it might burst from my chest. My fingers traced the rough surface, grounding myself in the moment, in the chaos swirling just beyond the heavy oak doors. "Father's never coming back," I whispered, the words tasting like ash. I caught a glimpse of my brother, Edmund, his face pale and drawn, his fierce blue eyes lost in a tempest of despair, his mouth set in a grim line. He had his mother's spirit, once bright and unyielding, but now it flickered like a candle in a storm. The kingdom had carved away pieces of him, leaving behind a hollow shell. "Stay here," he commanded, but his voice trembled. "I will go find him." "No." Fear clawed at my throat, a beast in the dark. "You cannot." "It's not safe." But Edmund's resolve was an iron wall. He turned, determination glinting, though it was laced with desperation. "If I don't bring him back, we'll lose everything." His words hung in the air, a ghost that sent shivers down my spine. Everything. The weight of that word loomed larger than the throne itself, more terrifying than the shadows creeping along the corridor. I wanted to scream, to pull him back, but the sound lodged in my throat, stifled by the memories clawing their way up. I remember the laughter echoing through these halls, when the sun warmed our faces and the kingdom flourished. I remember our mother's gentle touch, the way she would ruffle our hair, oblivious to the fate that loomed ahead. The past was a distant dream now, swallowed whole by the encroaching darkness. Outside, the riot swelled, a tide of rage and despair. I could hear the chants, the clanging of pots and pans, a cacophony of discontent. The people demanded justice, demanded blood. My heart twisted painfully. They did not know, how could they? They thought the monarchy was to blame, but it was chaos itself that had taken root, gnawing at the edges of our lives until everything was frayed. "Edmund," I called out, my voice breaking, but he was already gone, swallowed by the shadows. I was left alone, with only the ghosts of my thoughts and a growing dread that wrapped around me like a shroud. The throne room was deserted, save for the flickering torches that cast long shadows, dancing like specters on the walls. I could hear my own breath, shallow and uneven, as if it were a stranger intruding upon my thoughts. I remember the way the throne used to gleam, a beacon of authority and respect. Now, it stood empty, a hollow monument to a shattered legacy. I stepped forward, drawn in like a moth to flame. The air grew colder, a whispering chill that wrapped around my limbs. There, on the dais, was the crown, the glittering emblem of power, now a tainted artifact. I reached out, my fingers brushing against the cool metal, but it felt like betrayal. How could something so beautiful hold so much sorrow? In that moment, the doors burst open. Edmund stumbled in, breathless, his face a mask of horror. "They've taken him." "Who?" I grabbed his arm, shaking him, but he seemed far away, lost in a sea of panic. "Our father," he gasped, and the world tilted on its axis. The king, our father, captured by the very people he had sworn to protect. The thought sliced through me like a blade. I imagined him, tall and regal, his head held high, now brought low, a figure of mockery to those who once bowed before him. My heart ached for him, but deeper still was the fear that gripped me. What would happen if they turned their rage toward us? "Where is he?" I demanded, every syllable laced with desperation. "They took him to the square." He faltered, the words choking him. "They want to make an example." I staggered back, the weight of his words crashing over me like a wave. Public executions were not just punishment, they were spectacles, a twisted form of entertainment for the masses. I remembered the stories told in hushed tones around flickering fires, the grotesque joy of the crowd, the thrill of bloodshed. I could not let them kill our father. The thought ignited a fire in my chest. My brother's fears were becoming my own, and I could feel the boundaries of my sanity stretching to their breaking point. "Then we go," I said, urgency propelling me. "We must save him." Edmund's expression flickered momentarily, a glimmer of hope that was quickly extinguished by reality. "It's too late," he murmured, his voice a broken whisper. "They'll kill anyone who stands in their way." Anger boiled inside me, an uncontrollable force that threatened to erupt. No. We cannot let fear bind us. But doubt washed over Edmund's face, the weight of loss pulling him down into the depths of despair. I took a step closer, feeling the darkness closing in, the shadows crawling like hungry beasts. "We have each other," I implored, my voice rising, raw and desperate. "We can't let our father die. Not like this." With a sudden fire that matched my own, he nodded. "Together, then. We will find a way." As we moved toward the exit, a single thought pierced through the turmoil. This was not just about our father anymore. This was about all of us, about standing against the tide of fury that threatened to drown our kingdom in chaos. The world outside felt different, electric, as if the air itself buzzed with anticipation. The shouts grew louder, a monstrous roar as we emerged into the chaos. I could see the crowd gathered at the square, a thrumming mass of humanity, faces twisted in rage, eyes bright with the madness of a broken heart. In that moment, the weight of it all crashed down upon me, a relentless tide of emotion, fear, hope, despair, all melding into one. We were stepping into the abyss, but we would not go quietly. Together, we would fight, not just for the crown, but for the very soul of our kingdom. And as we plunged into the chaos, I could only hope that love would be enough to light our way through the darkness. The exiles of our hearts had only just begun. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing through the dimly lit corridors of the crumbling Chateau de Blegny, reverberating like the last gasps of a dying beast. A chill wind whipped through the cracked windows, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and decay, the air thick with ghosts, shadows dancing half-formed against the walls. I could feel the weight of history pressing down on me, so palpable, so suffocating, as if the stone itself mourned for the royalty that once inhabited these halls. I remember the taste of fear. It was metallic, like iron on my tongue. My heart raced, each beat a reminder that life was still a fragile ember flickering in the cold darkness of exile. The flickering candlelight barely reached the edges of my thoughts, barely illuminated the terror waiting just beyond the door. Louise stood by the window, her silhouette a statue of despair. She stared out at the barren landscape, her face a mask of longing, eyes glazed with the weight of 1,000 memories. I wanted to reach out, to pull her back from the precipice where she dangled, teetering between dreams of a golden past and the stark reality of her present. "Do you remember the gardens of Versailles?" I whispered, but she didn't hear me. "Every petal, every whisper of the wind," she murmured, her voice a soft tremor in the air, as if speaking could make the memories tangible again. "Can you feel it, too? The laughter? The music? It's all gone." Her hands gripped the window's edge, knuckles white, and for a moment, I feared she might leap into the void. I remember the nights when we danced under chandeliers, laughter echoing off the walls like sweet music. But now, in this desolate exile, laughter felt like a ghost, a cruel reminder of what we had lost. The world outside was a tapestry of shadows, a canvas of despair where hope clung like ivy to a crumbling wall. Then there was Henri, pacing like a caged lion, his anger palpable, his fists clenched, the muscles in his jaw taut. "This cannot be our fate. We were born to rule, to lead. Are we to wither away in this wasteland?" His voice rose, a crescendo of desperation that cut through the heavy silence like a knife. "How can we allow them to win? To erase us?" But the air was thick with resignation. What could we do against the tide of history? I felt the weight of his words, the dread of our powerlessness, gnawing at my insides. The past lingered like a bitter aftertaste, a reminder of the thrones we had lost, the jewels that once adorned our crowns, now reduced to dust. "Henri," I said, my voice trembling, "what if we are nothing now? Just shadows of what we once were? Who are we, without our titles, our power?" My heart ached, the truth like a knife twisting in my chest, sharp and unforgiving. His eyes darkened, filled with a tempest of emotions, rage, sorrow, bewilderment. "We are still Bourbons," he spat, as if the name itself could conjure the magic we so desperately sought. "We will rise again, even if it takes everything." But the call of power felt distant, like a fading star in the night sky. I wanted to believe him, to grasp onto the flicker of hope he offered. Yet the reality of our situation gnawed at me, relentless and unsparing. I could not shake the feeling that we were merely remnants of a forgotten dream, ashes scattered to the wind, waiting for the inevitable storm to consume us entirely. Outside, a storm brewed, dark clouds gathering like the weight of our despair. I could hear the distant rumble of thunder, a portent of something more, an omen, perhaps, of a reckoning, a clash between the old world and the new. The air crackled with tension, electric and dangerous, as if the very cosmos held its breath, waiting for the inevitable confrontation. I remember, I breathed, gripping the cold stone of the window sill, the day they took it all away. The cries of the people, the blood in the streets. The memory was a raw wound, still fresh, still painful. It felt like the end of the world. Survival became our only instinct. Louise turned then, her eyes pools of unshed tears, reflecting not just the pain of our exile but the yearning for something lost forever. "And yet," she said softly, "we are still here. We breathe. We feel." "Yes," I replied, though my voice was tinged with doubt. "But at what cost? At what cost?" The clock ticked louder then, each second a reminder of our mortality, of time slipping through our fingers like sand. I could feel the shadows creeping closer, the past clutching at me, threatening to swallow me whole. And then there it was, the moment of reckoning, Henri, with fire in his eyes, turning to us, a fierce determination igniting his spirit. "We will not fade into nothingness. We are the echoes of a great legacy. We are the storm before the calm." The air crackled again, and for a fleeting heartbeat, I believed him. I believed in the power of rebellion, the fire that still burned deep within us, waiting for the right moment to explode. But as I looked back at Louise, her fragile hope flickering like the candlelight that surrounded us, I wondered. Was this the beginning, or merely the last gasps of a dying dream? The storm outside thundered, the first drops of rain splattering against the window, reminding us that the world continued to turn, indifferent to our plight. Time moved forward, relentless and unyielding, while we remained prisoners of our past. And as I stood there, caught in the web of anguish and longing, I understood this was not merely exile. It was a crucible, a testing ground for our very souls. The shadows loomed large, but deep within those shadows lay the flicker of something more, an ember of resilience, a promise that even in exile, life could still hold meaning. The night stretched on, filled with whispered dreams and haunting memories, each moment pregnant with the weight of uncertainty. I felt us teetering on the brink, suspended between what had been and what could still be, the echoes of our past reverberating through the silence. We were not just Bourbons, we were survivors, caught in the relentless grip of fate, daring to hope against the storm. The echo of a distant bell shatters the silence, a mournful chime that reverberates through the corridors of the Tuileries. Louis XVIII stands in the dim light of a fading day, the shadows clinging to him like ghosts. He can feel the weight of history pressing down on his shoulders, each tick of the clock a reminder of the past he cannot escape. Outside, the city thrums with a restless energy, the air thick with the scent of revolution, like the sharp tang of iron in the air before a storm. "I remember," he whispers, his voice barely more than a breath, "when I was just a boy, dreaming of thrones and crowns. But those dreams have withered into a haunting nightmare, shadows flickering at the edges of his memory. The streets are alive with the fervor of rebellion, voices rising in unison, demanding change, demanding blood." He has seen the faces of the revolutionaries, wild-eyed and fervent, and it chills him to the bone. Marie-Therese, his daughter, a flame of defiance wrapped in the fragile guise of a princess, storms into the room. "Father," she cries, her voice slicing through the thick air, filled with an insatiable yearning for justice that he cannot comprehend. They are demanding heads, not crowns. They will not stop until they have the blood they seek. Her eyes burn with a fire he once admired, but now it terrifies him. In her resolve lies a fracture, a chasm between what he has known and what she desires. "I remember," he murmurs, clenching his fists until his nails bite into his palms, "the laughter that filled these halls, the music that danced through the rooms. Now it's silence, an empty echo of what was." He looks at her, and sees the girl he once held, swaddled in silk, now transformed into a warrior, ready to fight battles he thought he could control. "You can't hide in these walls forever, father!" Marita-East's voice quivers with urgency, the air crackling with the tension that threatens to explode. "You should be out there, among the people. Show them that we are not just shadows of our past." Her words ignited something deep within him, fear, anger, shame. What is a king without a kingdom? What is a father without his daughter's trust? Louis turns away, the room spinning with memories. He sees the table laid for feasts long gone, the laughter that once resonated within those walls now replaced by the whispers of betrayal. He remembers how they bathed once a year, their skin earthy and worn, sharing stories that seemed as distant as the stars. Now, as the sun sinks below the horizon, he feels the chill of the dusk creeping over his heart. "Father, please!" Her voice cracks, and in that moment, he sees the vulnerability beneath her bravado. He sees the girl who once danced in the gardens, gathering petals with laughter, now hardened by the world's cruelty. "If you do not act, if you do not show them that we stand for something, we will lose everything. They are coming for us. They want your crown and my head." I remember, it bubbles up from within, a mantra against the tide of despair. I remember the laughter, the joy, all of it. But those memories feel as distant as a fading star, scattered across the velvet night. What will become of them? He can feel the pulse of the city outside, raw, unyielding, a beast ready to pounce, and he is caught in the crosshair of an unfathomable fate. Suddenly, the door bursts open, a soldier standing there, eyes wild with fear and fury. "Your Majesty," he gasps, the words tumbling out like stones from a crumbling wall. "They are at the gates. They seek you. They will not wait." The air thickens, the scent of smoke and heartbeats pounding like a war drum. Louis's heart races. He can feel the tremor of the crowd, the heartbeat of the revolution pounding beneath his feet. The very foundations of his world are trembling. "What do we do?" he whispers, but he already knows the answer. There is no hiding from that which is inevitable. Marita-East's hand grips his arm, grounding him, anchoring him to a reality he cannot escape. "We face them," she declares, her voice ringing with a resolve he cannot match. "We face them together, or we let them destroy us." "I remember," he breathes, the words spilling out like a confession, a plea. A time before all of this. But the memories twist and turn, taunting him like shadows dancing just beyond the light. Louis feels the walls closing in, and he knows he is but a ghost in this story, haunted by his failures, his cowardice. The world beyond these walls is a fury that will not be quelled, and here he stands, a king stripped of power, a father nursing a wound too deep to heal. "Then let them come," he says, the steel in his voice finally breaking through the fog of despair. "Let them come, and let us show them what it means to be royals in a world so determined to unmake us." The soldier's eyes widen with disbelief, the spark of hope igniting in Marita-East's heart, but Louis can only feel the weight of uncertainty pressing against his chest. He takes a deep breath, summoning every ounce of courage left within him. The echoes of the past flash before him, a kaleidoscope of faces and voices, a chorus of lost dreams. And as the shadows lengthen, as the night deepens, they stand together, father and daughter, a fragile alliance against the chaos that threatens to engulf them. The wind howls outside, carrying with it the cries of the people, the restless spirits demanding change, demanding blood. This is their moment, teetering on the brink. The world is alive with possibility, with danger, and with the heavy promise of history ready to write its next chapter. In this moment, he is more than a king. He is a father, fighting to protect his child from a storm that rages within and without. And as the door creaks open, as the shadows spill into the room, he knows this is just the beginning. Each heartbeat, each breath, echoing the inevitability of what is to come. The air was thick with tension, a silence that felt like a scream waiting to break free. The moon hung high, a witness cloaked in silver, while shadows danced like phantoms around the crumbling buildings of the old city. I stood on the edge of a crumbling wall, heart racing, the distant sound of marching boots echoing in the stillness, a grim reminder of what was at stake. This was no ordinary night. This was the night we would either flee or be consumed by the very darkness we sought to escape. I could feel the weight of my sister's hand in mine, trembling yet electric. Eliana was a firebrand, her spirit wild and untamed, yet her eyes betrayed the terror that gripped her heart. "We can't go back, Luca," she whispered, the urgency of her voice crackling like live wire. I wanted to reassure her, to promise her safety, but the truth clawed at my throat. There was no safety for emigres like us, not anymore. The alley was narrow, a mere crack between two ancient buildings, and I could smell the dampness of fear curdling in the air. I could taste the bitterness of our choices, the salt of our tears mixing with the grime of desperation. We were living ghosts, haunting the borders of a life we once knew, and what lay ahead was a chasm of uncertainty. As we slipped through the shadows, I thought of our parents, now mere memories. I remembered my father's laughter echoing through our home, a warmth that now felt like a cruel joke. I remembered my mother's stories of distant lands, painted with colors vibrant enough to take flight in our imaginations, stories that now felt like chains binding us to a past we could never return to. "I remember," I whispered, but the words fell flat against the cold stone. Eliana stopped, her eyes wide with panic. "Did you hear that?" Her voice was a fragile thread, ready to snap. I held my breath, straining to pick up any sound that might confirm her fears, and then I heard it, the crack of a twig, the shuffle of boots, the unmistakable presence of pursuers. The chills that raced down my spine were not merely from the night's chill, they were from the realization that we were not alone. "Run!" I shouted, my heart pounding like a war drum. We dashed deeper into the maze of alleys, the weight of our desperation propelling us forward. Each step felt like a betrayal of our childhood, a severing of ties to the lives we once cherished. Memories flickered in my mind like old film reels, playing in the sunlight, our laughter ringing out like music. Now, that music was a haunting refrain, echoing in the distance as we tore ourselves from its embrace. But even in the chaos, I could not shake the feeling that we were caught in a web, and each strand was woven from the very fabric of our past. I had my own ghosts, haunting me with every breath. My love, Marisol, who had been left behind, her face etched into my memory like a secret I could never share. Her laughter had been the sun breaking through my darkest days, and now it was a distant memory, a dream lost in the haze of our current reality. "Luca!" Eliana's voice pulled me from my reverie, a piercing scream that shattered my thoughts. I turned just in time to see a shadow lunging towards her, dark and menacing. My heart leapt into my throat as I launched myself forward, adrenaline surging through my veins. I was no longer just fleeing, I was fighting. The figure stumbled back, a flicker of surprise crossing his face before it morphed into a mask of rage. In that fleeting moment, I caught a glimpse of the man behind the mask, his eyes dark like the abyss, reflecting a world too twisted to understand. This was not just survival, it was a dance with death. I felt the heat of fury rising within me, a fire igniting in the pit of my stomach. "Run, Eliana!" I shouted, as the clash of bodies echoed through the alley, a brutal symphony underscored by the distant march of soldiers. I could feel the warmth of blood, my own, perhaps, as I grappled with the man, a primal struggle beneath the indifferent moonlight that had witnessed countless tragedies. The world was spinning, each second stretching into infinity as shadows closed in. Eliana's scream pierced the night again, a sound that would haunt my dreams for years to come. The fear in her voice was a sharp blade, cutting through my resolve. "Help me!" She was facing her own spectre, a figure emerging from the shadows, poised to snatch her away forever. I broke free from my assailant, lunging toward her. No! The world narrowed, time bending to my will as I reached out, desperation propelling me forward. I could see the glint of fear in her eyes, and for a moment, everything else faded away. In that heartbeat, I was reminded of everything that mattered. Love, loyalty, the ties that bind us even when the world seeks to tear them apart. We were émigrés, yes, but we were also warriors, etched in defiance against the tides of fate. I felt the weight of our choices and the history that hung over us like a thundercloud, ready to unleash its storm. With a final surge of strength, I grasped Eliana's hand, and together we tore through the night, leaving behind the specters of our past, the echoes of our fears. The echoes trailed behind us, but we pressed on, propelled by the promise of freedom, the hope that somewhere, out there, lay a future unshackled from the chains of what had come before. As we stumbled into the waiting arms of darkness, the city behind us held its breath, a canvas of lost dreams and unfulfilled promises. Yet, somewhere in that desolation, there was a flicker of light. I held onto that glimmer as tightly as I held my sister's hand, aware that though the night was long, the dawn would come. And in that moment, just before the world collapsed into silence, I understood, this was not an ending. This was merely the beginning. The echoes of our struggle would ripple through time, intertwining our destinies, binding us together in a tapestry of resilience. In the shadows, we would rise. The cold metal of the musket bit into Louis's palm, a shiver racing down his spine as he stood in the shadows of the crumbling castle wall. Outside, the air was thick with the fog of uncertainty. It clung to the cobblestone streets like a shroud, muffling the distant cries of revolution. The city roared with a feverish intensity, a beast awakening with every heartbeat, every pulse of the earth beneath his feet. He could hear them, the echoes of ambition, the whispers of betrayal. The world was on the edge, and he stood at the brink, a man torn between loyalty and the call of freedom. I remember the first time the news came, a letter delivered with trembling hands. The ink blurred by tears and trembling fingers. Napoleon's rise felt like fire spreading through a dry forest, wild and unstoppable. You cannot resist, they said. You must choose a side. But my heart screamed in agony. Every choice felt like a betrayal. Was it loyalty to a king, or the cry of a people yearning for their own voices? My mind raced, haunted by the faces of those I loved. Marie stood at the window, her silhouette framed by the flickering candlelight, a ghost of her former self. Once, she lit up the room. Now, shadows danced around her, echoing the tumult in her heart. Louis, her voice trembled, a threadbare whisper woven with despair. What are we becoming? Each word sliced through the suffocating silence, a reminder of the life they had built amidst the chaos. But how could he answer when he felt like a marionette, strings pulled taut by unseen hands? How could he reassure her when his own heart quaked beneath the weight of uncertainty? Are we not all ghosts in this war? He murmured, feeling the cold kiss of fate against his skin. What will we become if we follow the old ways? The thoughts tumbled from his lips, raw and unfiltered, as he grappled with the reality closing in like a vice around his chest. Outside, the drums of rebellion pounded the air, a primal beat that reverberated through their bones. It was intoxicating, this call to arms, yet suffocating in its urgency. The sounds melded into an overwhelming symphony of shouts and cries, all clamoring for justice. Louis stepped a little closer to Marie, desperate to find solace in her presence, a refuge from the storm brewing outside. We must act, my love. But what is action when it costs our souls? The truth hung between them, heavy, pregnant with fear and unspoken words. She turned, her eyes searching his, a tempest of emotion swirling beneath their surface. But Louis, what if it costs us our lives? Her hands shook as they brushed against his, and for a moment, he felt the weight of her doubt, an anchor dragging him into dark waters. I remember, the memories crashed over him like waves, tumbling and chaotic. The laughter of children in the square, the scent of fresh bread wafting through the air, the warmth of the sun spilling over the rooftops as they danced together, two carefree souls lost in their own little world. But that world was slipping away, replaced by shadows and whispers of death. Louis closed his eyes, the room spinning. Could he be both the hero and the coward? Could he rise like a phoenix, or would he be consumed by the flames? The clock on the wall ticked relentlessly, its sound pulsating through the silence. Time, that merciless beast, holding him captive, reminding him that each second passed was a second lost to indecision. And then, the door burst open. Jack, his friend, his brother-in-arms, stumbled in, panting, eyes wild with fervor. "Louis! They're gathering at the square. It's now or never." The urgency of his voice cut through the tension, electrifying the air. "Can we stand back?" Louis asked, his heart pounding in sync with the rhythm of the rebellion outside. The words felt like stones in his throat, heavy and unyielding. "What if we lose everything?" Jack's face twisted with passion. "What if we lose ourselves by doing nothing? Are we not worth fighting for?" His eyes glimmered with a fierce spark, the fire of his conviction igniting something deep within Louis. "I remember," Louis whispered again, but this time it was different. It was a call to arms, a promise of hope. He felt the weight of decision crashing down, the trembling anticipation of what was to come. Would he open the door to freedom or step into a nightmare? Marie's fingers intertwined with his, squeezing tightly. "Whatever happens, we stand together, right?" The world outside swelled like a living thing, breathing, pulsing with urgency. The cries of the people surged through the window, a wave of anger and desire crashing against the walls of their hearts. He looked into her eyes, and in that moment, time stretched into eternity. Together, he vowed, his voice steady as he drew on the strength of her presence. With a final glance at the shadows clinging to the room, the whispers of a past they could not escape, Louis stepped forward. Each footfall echoed like the heartbeat of the city, a rhythm of defiance. The air cracked with tension as the door creaked open, revealing the tumultuous streets, a world ablaze with fervor, where dreams clashed against the iron grip of fate. And as they stepped into the chaos, the line between loyalty and freedom blurred, morphing into something altogether different, something greater, or perhaps something terrible. The shadows of history loomed, ominous and unyielding, reminding them that every heartbeat could be a farewell. The night awaited, and the stars blinked above, indifferent to the battle unfolding below. Together, they would face the dawn, whatever it might bring. The clock strikes midnight, and the silence of the Parisian night is shattered by the distant echo of hooves. I remember the sound, sharp and insistent, cutting through the air like a knife through flesh. It stirs a primal fear within me, a sense of something terrible and beautiful lurking just beyond the veil of darkness. I stand there, heart racing, feeling the weight of history pressing down like a shroud. Louis is coming back, and with him, the ghosts of our past. I see her there, Marianne, her eyes wide, sparkling with the feral light of hope and dread. She clutches a tattered shawl around her shoulders as if it could shield her from the reality spiraling into chaos. "He's returned," she whispers, the words spilling from her lips like broken promises. What will happen now? The question hangs heavy like fog, suffocating the air around us. In that moment, I see the battle within her, torn between her loyalty to the crown and the blooded remnants of the revolution that bathed the streets in crimson. She is a child of two worlds, a delicate flower sprouting from the ashen ground of despair. I know her too well, she dreams of a brighter dawn, yet fears it will only bring more shadows. And then there's Jack, a silhouette against the flickering candlelight, his face a mask of bitter resolve. I remember the way he used to laugh, a sound as carefree as a bird in flight, before the weight of exile crushed him. Now, his laughter is a haunting echo, tainted by the betrayal of a nation that once adored him. He doesn't deserve our allegiance, Jack growls, his eyes darkened by a storm of fury. He abandoned us when we needed him most. But in his heart, I sense the truth, he longs for the old days, the ones before terror became our nightly companion. The days when the sun rose with promise, not dread. "You're blinded by your hate," Marianne counters, her voice shaking like autumn leaves in a tempest. "We can't ignore the people. They'll follow him. They always do." I feel the air thicken with tension as the clock ticks away the seconds, each one a heartbeat closer to an inevitable clash. The spectre of Louis looms larger in our minds, a looming figure wrapped in myth and misery. He is a king twice over, a fugitive and a tyrant, a man who knows the taste of despair and the sweetness of power. What does he bring back with him? Salvation? Or more chains? The wind howls through the narrow streets, and in that sound, I hear whispers, voices of the dead who paid for freedom with their lives. They weave through the fabric of time, reminding us that history is not a straight line but a twisted vine, choked with the thorns of loss and betrayal. I remember the faces of those who fell, their dreams snuffed out like candles in a storm. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light rends the darkness. It's the palace, aglow with the fires of reawakening, a beacon to loyalists and rebels alike. Shadows dance across the cobblestones as torches are lit, illuminating the faces of the gathered crowd. I can almost taste the anticipation, bitter and sweet, as supporters and dissenters stand shoulder to shoulder, united by the chaos of the moment. Look! Jack breathes, a mix of awe and revulsion. They're like moths to a flame. I watch as the throng moves, a living organism pulsating with ambition, fear, and an insatiable hunger for revolution. There's an unsettling beauty in it, a reminder of how quickly loyalty can shift, how fragile the line between the throne and the guillotine. The air is electric, every heartbeat echoes with a primal rhythm that binds us all, conspirators in a drama far greater than ourselves. Marianne clutches my arm, her grip tight enough to dig into my skin. What if he brings back the old ways, she asks, her voice trembling with an unspoken terror. What if the bloodshed starts again? I want to reassure her, to tell her that hope can rise from the ashes of despair, but the truth is a heavy weight lodged in my throat. I remember the faces of the fallen, the cries of the innocents. I fear for her, for us, for the flickering candle of change that threatens to be extinguished. And then, just as the tension crescendos, the crowd shifts, parting like water in a stream. There he is, Louis, emerging from the shadows, wrapped in the cloak of the past. Time distorts around him, he is both a man and a myth. The moonlight catches the glint of his crown, a sinister halo against the dark sky. I feel my heart stutter, caught between the desire to cheer and the urge to flee. He steps forward, and the crowd roars, a cacophony of emotions rising like smoke. I am your king, he proclaims, his voice resonating with a twisted charm that once captivated a nation. I return to reclaim what is rightfully mine. And in that moment, everything shifts, sides are drawn, hearts are broken, and I stand paralyzed, watching the dawning realization take root in the crowd. Will they embrace him, or will they turn their backs once again? Jack sneers, muscles taut with rage. He'll lead us to our doom. We've tasted freedom, we won't let the past chain us again. But Marianne's expression betrays her, a single tear rolls down her cheek, glistening in the torchlight. What if he can change? What if he's learned? Her hope is a fragile thing, fluttering like a moth dancing too close to the flame. I want to tell her that hope can be both a blessing and a curse, but the words die in my throat. The night deepens, and the echoes of history swirl around us, a tempest of emotions crashing against the shores of our souls. It all feels like a fever dream, one filled with shadows, whispers, and the relentless ticking of clocks that remind us that time waits for no man. As Louis raises his arms, a monarch reborn, the crowd erupts, a tidal wave of voices rising to meet him. I feel the panic rise within me, my heart pounding in sync with the chaos surrounding us. The battle for our souls has begun, and all I can do is stand, gripped by the fear of what this new dawn might bring. The moment stretches, a taut string ready to snap, holding the weight of our dreams and nightmares. I remember the faces of the past, the ghosts who haunt us still, and I feel their presence pushing me forward, urging me to choose a side. But in my heart, I know that the real battle is within us, a tempest brewing between hope and despair, love and anger, a struggle as old as time itself. And as the crowd surges forward, I am swept along, caught in the tide of history that refuses to relent, pulling me deeper into the storm we've all been waiting for, the storm of 100 days, where dreams can resurrect or perish in an instant. The clock strikes midnight in Vienna, and the air shivers with unspoken dread. The grand halls of the palace pulse with a tension thicker than the velvet drapes hanging from the ceiling. Shadows flicker and dance, whispering secrets of the past, of broken alliances and dreams crushed under the weight of empires. I stand at the heart of it all, a mere pawn in this game of kings and queens, feeling the electric charge between history and the inevitable future. Prince Clemens von Metternich, his eyes as cold as the marble floors beneath our feet, stands at the head of the table. His voice, butter-smooth yet laced with steel, echoes off the walls, each word a carefully crafted dagger aimed at the heart of Europe. "We must restore order," he declares, his gaze flicking over the faces of the assembled delegates as if weighing their worth against the chaos outside. It's a moment suspended in time, a pause before the storm. But what is order? I remember sitting in the attic of my childhood home, poring over dusty tomes, each page filled with tales of glory and thunderous battles. I remember the glee of weaving stories that made my heart race, but today, the stories are bleeding into reality and I feel as if I'm watching a dark play unfold. There's a pulse in this room, a vibration of fear and hope colliding, and I am caught in its crossfire. Talleyrand, the French diplomat, leans forward, his smirk a curtain that hides a tempest of ambition. He's a ghost of his former self, yet the flicker in his eye betrays a hunger for power that cannot be quenched. "France will not be treated as a pariah," he intones, his voice dripping with the remnants of a once great empire. Each syllable is a reminder that old wounds have not yet healed. I watch him, a man trapped between the ashes of his country's past and the fierce desire to rise again, and I can't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Who among us hasn't felt the sting of failure, the raw ache of loss? Across the room, Tsar Alexander of Russia is a towering figure, his presence both regal and chaotic. His eyes glimmer with the madness of visions, dreams of a united Europe under his benevolent reign. "Let us dream a new dawn," he proclaims, his voice a blend of fervor and desperation. I see it in his stance, the way he grips the table, as if holding on for dear life. This isn't just a political gathering, it's a crucible of desires, each man wrestling with his own demons. But dreams can shatter like glass, and I can feel it in the marrow of my bones, the fear that we are all standing on the edge of a precipice. The whispers of revolution swirl like ghosts around us, clawing at the edges of civility, their moans drowning out the delicate music played by a string quartet in the corner. I remember the stories told in hushed tones, of the common folk, of despair mingling with hope, of hearts beating in unison against tyranny. They are not here, but their presence looms larger than those in the room. I catch a glimpse of the woman seated beside Metternich, Countess Marie von Bülow. Her beauty is haunting, a striking visage painted with the strokes of sorrow and determination. She carries the weight of her family's legacy, her heart a battlefield torn between loyalty to her homeland and the trembling pulse of her own desires. I can see her struggling, the way she clutches her lace handkerchief like a lifeline, her thoughts a hurricane swirling within. "What price must we pay for peace?" she whispers to me, her voice barely a thread of sound against the backdrop of clashing ambitions. I feel the tremor in her words, and my own heart aches for her. The cost is always steep, it's the common folk who will bear the brunt of these decisions, while the powerful play their games in gilded halls. The dialogue thickens, each word a brick laid upon the wall dividing nations and hearts. Balance of power. Metternich's voice booms, and the room quakes with the echoes of the past, of battles fought and lives lost. The air grows stale, heavy with the scent of sweat and desperation, as I realize that my own heartbeat echoes the rhythm of this fraught discourse. I am tethered to this moment, to the collective breath of history as it holds us captive. And then, an explosion of voices, shouts of anger, fear, and clashing ideologies. Talleyrand's laughter cuts through the tension like a blade. "Revolution is a wild beast, we must tame it," he sneers, and the laughter that follows is laced with bitterness. But I see the fear behind his eyes, he knows that even the wildest beasts can turn on their masters. Time feels warped here, the minutes stretch and fold like the fabric of fate itself. The clock ticks, each second a reminder that the ghosts of the past still haunt us. I can almost hear the cries of those forgotten, their grievances echoing in the shadows. I remember the stories of peasants, their dreams extinguished under the boot of tyranny, a reminder that the real fabric of Europe is woven by more than just the hands of kings. In the midst of this chaos, I can't help but think of the future. Will we be shaped by fear, or can we dare to dream? My thoughts dance around the possibilities, a flickering candle in a storm. Perhaps we are all but fragments in a mosaic, each piece flawed yet essential. A single heartbeat can create ripples across time, and I wonder if they know that. I look at Marie, her eyes shining with unshed tears. "We must remember," I urge her, a plea wrapped in desperation. "Even as they negotiate our fates, we must not remain silent. and I can see the flicker of resolve ignite within her. It's a spark that could set the world ablaze. The air crackles with impending resolution, and for a moment, I feel hope. But the shadows linger, ghosts whispering tales of caution and of the price of ambition. The Congress of Vienna is not merely a meeting, it is a reckoning, a battle for the hearts of nations, and I am but a witness to a storm that promises to reshape the very fabric of Europe. As the debates rage on, emotions swell and crash like waves against the shore of history. And I am left standing, breathless, at the edge of this tumultuous sea, caught between the past and an uncertain future, heart racing with the knowledge that the story is far from over. The clock chimed midnight, its echoes reverberating through the darkened streets of Paris like the distant cries of forgotten souls. Shadows danced along crumbling walls, flickering lanterns casting ghostly figures that whispered of past glories and impending doom. Each chime was a heartbeat, heavy, fraught with the weight of history. And in that suffocating silence, a figure darted through the alleys, Jack, breathless, heart racing, fear clawing at his throat. He could feel the ghosts of his forefathers trailing behind him, their hollow eyes boring into his back, urging him to remember what was lost. Betrayer, they seemed to whisper, their voices like the rustle of dead leaves. He was part of a world torn apart by revolution, yet here he was, standing at the precipice of a monarchy reborn. The Bourbon banner fluttered ominously in the night sky, a stark reminder of all that had been consumed by the flames of rebellion. He stopped, leaning against the damp stone of a building, gasping for air, the weight of history crushing against his chest. "I remember," he murmured, words escaping like smoke, "the laughter in the courtyards, the music that once filled these streets. The thrill of noble blood running through my veins." But blood was a fickle thing, he realized, pooling in shadows, staining the ground beneath him. Doubts gnawed at him. Was he a loyalist or a fool? Across the city, in a luxurious chamber adorned with silk and gold, Marie sat before her mirror, the weight of the world pressing down on her slender shoulders. She was beautiful, yes, but beauty had become a curse. Each brushstroke on her cheek felt like the application of a mask, something to hide the uncertainty swirling within her. What was a queen without a crown? Her heart ached for the thrill of power, yet every whispered promise from the elite felt like a noose tightening around her throat. "Do they see me?" she sighed, brushing a stray strand of hair behind her ear, her reflection flickering in the darkness. "Or do they only see the crown?" The crown! It shimmered from the shelf, a haunting emblem of her family's legacy. It was a delicate thing, yet it bore the weight of her ancestors and their blood-stained history. She longed for the days when the court was filled with laughter, when love had danced in the hallways. Now, it felt as if ghosts lingered in the corners, waiting with bated breath to exact revenge on the living. "Do we dare?" she whispered to herself, a question echoing in the void. Her dreams were haunted by revolutionaries, by the shackles of their past. And yet, a fire burned within her, a longing for a future forged in ambition and love. Meanwhile, Jack, still reeling from his own turmoil, turned a corner to find himself gazing at the gilded gates of the palace. The air crackled with tension, electric and thick as if the universe held its breath. He could hear laughter spilling from within, and a familiar face danced in his mind, Marie, the radiant spirit who once inspired him to dream. But was she really the beacon he remembered? Or had ambition twisted her heart? I remember, he could almost feel the warmth of her hand in his, but it seemed a lifetime ago. The clock struck once more, an urgent warning, and he stepped forward. As he approached the palace, the whispers grew louder, merging with his thoughts. "Reclaim what is yours," they urged. Yet doubt wormed its way into his mind. What if the crown consumes her? Inside, Marie's laughter echoed like a symphony, but it was tinged with desperation, a facade, a mask worn to shield a heart in turmoil. She danced among the nobles, her every move orchestrated, every smile rehearsed. But as she twirled, her gaze flickered to the shadows, searching, longing. "Where are you, Jacques?" And just as she whispered his name into the hollow silence, a figure appeared in the doorway, Jacques, breathless, eyes wide, the weight of his decision etched on his face. The world around them faded, the laughter dulled to a whisper, and for a fleeting moment, time stood still. "Marie," he breathed, and those 7 letters shattered the carefully constructed walls they both hid behind. I came to find you. The room swirled, the air thick with tension. Nobles stared, mouths agape, but all that mattered was the fire igniting between them, an unquenchable force drawing them closer. The past and future collided in that moment, dreams and fears intertwining. Do you remember, he asked, desperation clawing at his voice, the dreams we wove beneath the stars? I remember, her voice was a whisper, barely escaping her lips. But dreams can betray us, Jacques. The clock chimed again, each note a reminder of the choices that loomed ahead. The shadows grew longer, creeping toward them as they stood on the edge of an abyss. Can we trust this? He asked, the trembling in his voice betraying the storm within. Do we even have a choice? She countered, her heart racing, the weight of a crown pressing down on her brow. And just like that, fate called around them, an unyielding grip. Outside, the cries of revolutionaries echoed, a reminder that the kingdom they sought to restore was fragile. They were caught in the tempest of history, their desires clashing with the ghosts of those who had come before. Help me, Jack breathed, the plea raw and unguarded. Help us reclaim what was lost. Yes, she replied, her resolve hardening as she took his hand, a spark igniting in the darkness. Together! And as the echoes of laughter faded into the night, the shadows closed in, binding their fates into a tapestry of ambition and regret. The world outside roared, a tempest of revolution brewing, and within the palace, they stood armed with their dreams, ready to confront the ghosts that haunted them. The clock continued to tick, its rhythmic pulse echoing through the room, marking the passage of time, reminding them both that in the heart of chaos, a new dawn awaited, if only they could muster the courage to seize it. The air thickened with the promise of conflict, anticipation crackling like static electricity. Their hearts beat in tandem, a prelude to the storm that was just beginning to unfold. In the depths of the night, the Bourbon monarchy awaited its rebirth, and with it, the fate of a nation hung by a thread, fragile, trembling, ready to snap. And in that sacred silence, the battle for everything they loved was about to begin. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing through the empty halls of the crumbling city hall. Shadows twisted like anguished spirits, and somewhere in the distance, a gunshot shattered the fragile silence. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, heart hammering against my ribs like a caged bird desperate to escape. This was no ordinary night, it was the night everything changed, a reckoning awaited. I remember the smell of smoke, acrid and bitter, curling through the air like a serpent, blending with the sweat of fear that clung to my skin. My hands trembled, not from cold but from the weight of the choices I had made. Choices that had led us here, teetering on the brink of chaos. The political landscape was a battlefield, and it was mine to navigate, though I felt woefully unprepared. Across the room, Elena stood, her eyes gleaming with defiance. She was a firebrand, fiercely independent, driven by a past that refused to let her go. I saw flickers of her childhood in those eyes, the girl who had watched her father dragged away for speaking too loudly against a regime that stifled the very breath of dissent. She was relentless, but I could see the cracks, the way her jaw tightened when the shadows loomed too close. It was a haunting reminder that she had everything to lose, and yet, she plunged forward. "Do you hear that?" she whispered, her voice barely above the rustling of the autumn leaves outside. I nodded, but I was lost in the weight of the moment, the air thick with tension. The city felt alive, a beast stirring from slumber, and I was both its keeper and its prisoner. Then there was Marcus, a once idealistic journalist turned jaded by the relentless grind of betrayal. His laughter had once been infectious, but now it was a brittle echo, thin and strained. He paced like a caged animal, each step a reminder of the stories he couldn't tell, the truths he couldn't reveal. The walls of his conscience closed in on him, suffocating, as the ghosts of those he had failed haunted him like a relentless spectre. "They won't stop until we're silenced," he said, his voice low and gravelly, laced with bitterness. I can't lose any more." The weight of his words struck me like a physical blow. I wanted to scream that we would fight, that we would rise against the tyranny choking us, but the fear gnawed at my insides, a dark predator waiting to pounce. I remember the moment when hope seemed like a cruel joke, when our breaths mingled with despair and fear tangled with strength. Outside, the city throbbed with unrest. Distant shouts and sirens sang a haunting lullaby, beckoning us into the chaos. Each cry was like a dagger, sharp and piercing, a reminder of what was at stake. The streets were a tapestry of lives interwoven with dreams and nightmares, of cries for justice rising against the oppressive silence. I felt the pulse of the city, every heartbeat a reminder of the young men and women who had risked everything for a fleeting glimpse of freedom. "Where do we go from here?" I asked, my voice almost swallowed by the tumult outside. Elena turned to me, fire igniting in her eyes. "We go to the people," she said, the conviction in her tone a shimmering thread in the darkness. "We remind them that hope isn't dead. We fight for every soul lost in the shadows." But Marcus shook his head, his voice a whisper laced with desperation. "Hope is a dangerous weapon, Elena. It cuts deep, and the wrong hands can wield it to destroy." His words hung in the air, a chilling reminder of the fragility of our cause. I saw in him a reflection of my own doubts. Could we really change anything, or were we merely spinning our wheels in an unyielding quagmire? I remember the first time I'd heard Elena's voice in the square, rallying the tired and the broken. Her words had ignited a flame within me, a flicker of something I thought had burned out long ago. She was the spark, but the kindling was drying up, and I felt the weight of our impending confrontation as we prepared to step into the battlefield of our minds, where ideals clashed like swords, and every choice felt like a betrayal of another. Night descended like a shroud, enveloping us in its cold embrace, and I knew we were on borrowed time. The city was a maze of shadows, and we were lost in it. I felt Marcus's hand on my shoulder, grounding me as I caught sight of the flickering horde gathering outside, their banners waving like desperate arms reaching for a lost cause. The passion of the people surged within me, a wave crashing against the shores of my doubt. But as the three of us stood together, the unyielding pulse of the city thrumming beneath our feet, I couldn't shake the gnawing fear gnawing at my heart. What if we failed? What if hope was an illusion, just a mirage shimmering in the distance? I remembered my dreams of a brighter future, now twisted into nightmares. I couldn't shake the thought that perhaps, deep down, we were just ghosts in a world that had forgotten how to breathe. The clock ticked, relentless, the sound a steady reminder that time was slipping away. And yet, in the face of despair, we forged ahead, our resolve becoming an unbreakable bond, as we prepared to face the darkness that awaited us. With every heartbeat, I felt the weight of our choices, the burden of governance lying heavy on our shoulders, threatening to crush us beneath its unrelenting force. Yet, hope flickered still, fragile as a candle in the night, and with every heartbeat, we walked toward the shadows, ready to confront whatever lay ahead. In that moment, I realized we were more than individuals, we were a movement, a symphony of voices yearning to break free from the chains that bound us. The storm was brewing, and we would not be silenced. Our fight was just beginning, and as the clock ticked on, we prepared to plunge into the heart of the storm, where dreams and nightmares collided, lost within the challenges of governance. A clock ticks ominously in the shadowed corners of a dimly lit chamber, each chime resonating like a heartbeat, heavy, anxious, relentless. The air thrums with a tension that makes the walls feel alive, constricting and expanding, as if the very building knows it's housing secrets that could shatter lives. I stand there, drenched in an atmosphere thick with dread and anticipation, when suddenly, the door bursts open. In storms Antoine, disheveled and wild-eyed, a tempest of chaos erupting from his chest. "They're coming for us," he gasps, breathless, as if the weight of revolution presses down on him alone. Elena, my sister, pragmatic yet fiercely loyal, stands rigidly beside me. I can see the flicker of fear dancing in her eyes, but she swallows it down, replacing it with steely resolve. "Antoine, you're being dramatic," she says, her voice steady but laced with an edge. This is not the time for, but she is cut off by the sound of distant shouts, a cacophony weaving its way through the streets of Paris like a hungry beast. I remember the smell of smoke lingering in the air, the way it curls around the memories of our family's past, the laughter, the warmth, now buried under layers of revolution and despair. "We've lost so much," I whisper, feeling the weight of my own helplessness. "Will this ever end?" Antoine's eyes lock onto mine, and in that moment, I see the ghosts of our parents haunting him, too, their ambitions, their dreams for a better France, now trampled underfoot by the march of history. "We must fight back. This is our chance," he urges, desperation seeping from his words. The Charter of 1814 promises us a new beginning. A constitutional monarchy, a voice. But how can I believe in a promise wrapped in the blooded hands of those who wield power? I grip the edge of a nearby table, the wood digging into my palms, grounding me in the chaos swirling around. What if this new beginning is just another guise for tyranny? My voice cracks, and I hate that it betrays the tremor within. Elena rolls her eyes, her frustration bubbling over. We cannot hide forever. We have to make a choice. Her gaze pierces through the darkness, daring us to confront the reality looming outside. We cannot repeat history, Antoine. We can't become the very thing we fear. But I remember the stories of the guillotine, how it sang a ghastly lullaby to the heads it claimed, a cruel reminder that the line between justice and revenge is paper thin. My heart races as I visualize the blade, glistening under the moonlight, an executioner waiting for its next victim. What if we become ghosts ourselves? I ask, my voice barely a whisper, the question heavy with the weight of our family's legacy. Antoine's face hardens, determination flickering like a candle in a storm. Ghosts? Or pioneers, he retorts, his passion igniting the air around us. The Charter is our lifeline. It's not just a piece of paper, it's hope. It's the cry of the people. The chants outside grow louder, a relentless tide rising against the fortress of our doubts. I feel the pull of the crowd, their roaring ambition intertwining with my own simmering fear. Each shout, each cheer reverberates through my veins, igniting a fire I thought was long extinguished. I remember the night spent dreaming of a better world, of freedom stitched together with the threads of unity. But at what cost? A flicker of doubt crosses Elena's face. But Antoine, what if this is all a facade? What if those in power will twist the Charter to suit their own needs, turning us into pawns in their game? The storm rages between the three of us, a tempest of conflicting ideals, a collision of hope and despair. Antoine's voice rises above the clamor, rising like a phoenix from ashes. We will never know unless we act. We can be the architects of our destiny. His eyes gleam with an intensity I've never seen before, a fierceness that could pierce through the curtain of fear. We can't let fear dictate our future. I watch him, torn between admiration and dread. How easy it is to drown in the allure of revolution's promise, to believe that a mere document can erase centuries of oppression and bloodshed. But the shadows of history loom large, reminding me that dreams often morph into nightmares. The door creaks ominously behind us, the sound slicing through the tension. A figure looms, silhouette casting a dark spell over our fragile resolve. It's a soldier, sword drawn, face shrouded in the dim light. You must come with me, he orders, voice cold as steel, and suddenly it feels as if the walls are closing in, trapping us in a fate we cannot escape. Antoine steps forward, fists clenched. What do you want? He demands, courage swelling like a tide within him. I can see his heart, fierce and defiant, pounding against the weight of authority. But I also see the cracks, fear and uncertainty lurking beneath his bravado. Enough, the soldier barks, eyes narrowing. You are needed at the front. Your voices matter in the chaos. The Charter must be defended. Elena's breath catches, her eyes darting between Antoine and me, weighing the choice that hangs heavy in the air. This is our moment, she whispers, a challenge lacing her voice. What will we do? The world outside screams for change while our hearts pulse with the fear of the unknown. Will we be the harbingers of hope or the echoes of our past? I look into Antoine's eyes, searching for the answer, the fire of revolution mingling with the frost of doubt, and I wonder, as time stretches, if we are ready to embrace the shadows of our choices. In that charged silence, I remember, vividly, the laughter of my childhood. I remember the dreams that once danced in my heart, now tethered to the blinding light of uncertainty. Time ticks on, each heartbeat a reminder that we are standing on the precipice of history, poised to leap into the abyss or soar into the skies. Antoine's voice, trembling yet fierce, breaks the silence. We will rise. We will stand. For our family, for our future. And as the soldier's shadow looms, I realize the choice is ours, a haunting echo of the past reverberating in our veins, shaping our destiny beneath the pale light of the moon. The clock struck midnight, and the shadows seemed to shudder with every tick. In the heart of New France, the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and dampened dreams, a haunting blend that stuck to your throat like unspoken terror. I stood at the edge of the village, the flickering lights of flickering hope painting ghostly silhouettes against the night. The townsfolk whispered about the new laws, their voices laced with fear, and I could see it, the unease curling around them like smoke, a living thing. Marie stood nearby, her hands trembling as she clutched a tattered piece of paper, the very embodiment of her hopes and heartache. "If they take our land," she said, her voice a cracked whisper, "what will we have left?" I could see her resolve wavering, like a candle in a storm. Her family, once proud owners of sprawling fields, were now mere pawns on an ever-shifting chessboard, the players hidden behind the veil of government decrees. The paper crinkled as she gripped it tighter, a fragile promise of security in a world that threatened to swallow her whole. And then there was Etienne, the man who wore his anger like a second skin. I could feel his frustration pulsing beside me, a raw energy, a storm waiting to break. "They think they can just take," he spat, fists tightening around invisible chains, the veins in his neck straining against the weight of his fury. "The land is ours. It's our blood, our sweat, our very being." His eyes were wild, a reflection of the chaos brewing in his heart, and I felt a twinge of fear. It was a dangerous thing, this kind of passion. History had taught us that desperation could ignite into flames, consuming everything in its path. I remember the way the moon hung low that night, a watchful guardian. It illuminated the faces of the villagers, etched with worry, illuminated by flickers of hope, haunted by the specters of sovereignty and survival. I watched as Etienne paced, every step a silent declaration of war against the invisible forces that conspired to upend their lives. "We need to fight back," he declared, his voice raw and fervent, a hymn to rebellion. "We can't let them take everything. We can't." But Marie, dear, fragile Marie, clung to her fears like a drowning sailor grasping at the last shred of hope. "What if fighting only brings more suffering?" she asked, her voice a mere breath against the tempest. "What if we lose everything in the end?" Her eyes reflected the depth of her despair, yet within that darkness dwelled a glimmer of something else, fear of the unknown, of the choices that lay ahead, choices that could define not just her future but the very fabric of their community. As the night deepened, the weight of silence pressed down, palpable and thick. I felt their anguish seeping into me, each heartbeat a reminder of the stakes at hand. It was unbearable, the tension weaving through the air like a tightrope, ready to snap at the slightest provocation. Every whispered rumor about the new policies felt like a ghost haunting the corners of our lives. The laws, revisions that threatened livelihoods, cuts that could slice through the heart of their history, were looming specters. We stood at the precipice, the edge of a choice that felt as vast as the ocean and just as treacherous. What would it mean if Marie's family lost their land? What would it mean if Etienne's fire turned to ash? The gravity of their plight weighed on me like a heavy cloak, and I could feel the pull, the desperate urge to make a difference, to shout out a warning, to rally the forces of good against the dark tide. Yet, within me lingered the cold grip of doubt. What if our efforts were fruitless? What if history, that cruel mistress, laughed in our faces as we fought to reclaim what was already lost? "Etienne, listen," I urged, my voice breaking the tension like a fragile thread. "Before you act, think of the consequences." His eyes burned bright, but beneath that passion lay an undercurrent of fear, a question he could not articulate. Would he truly sacrifice his own for the sake of a fight, a battle that might never yield victory? "I remember," he murmured, his voice suddenly softer, "the stories my father used to tell." He spoke of a land where freedom reigned, where our families could flourish without chains. Is that just a dream now? Am I the fool for believing? And in that moment, the air shifted, the weight of history pressing down on us like a heavy hand, demanding we reckon with the ghosts of our ancestors. The dreams of those who came before us hung in the air, a tapestry woven with fear, hope, and inevitable loss. But I could see it, the flicker of resolve igniting in Marie's eyes, a fire that refused to be extinguished. "I don't want fear to define us," she whispered, her voice quaking but resolute. "We can't just stand by and watch our lives be dictated by others." The clock ticked on, its relentless rhythm echoing through the night. each tick a reminder of the time slipping away, pushing us toward an uncertain fate. The shadows loomed closer, gathering around us like a storm waiting to unleash its fury. I could feel the urgency pulsating in the air, a visceral sensation that rippled through my skin. As the dawn threatened to break, the horizon painted with hues of crimson and gold, the resolve in our hearts began to crystallize. We stood at the edge of our lives, a collective breath held tight in our chests, each second stretching infinitely in front of us. The choices we made in the dark of night would shape our tomorrows, echoing through the corridors of time like a haunting refrain. I glanced at Marie and Etienne, the fire in their eyes mingling with the dawn's first light. The ghosts of the past whispered warnings, but within us lay an ember of defiance, refusing to fade, refusing to be silenced. We would navigate this new France together, come what may, hearts ablaze with the hope of a future worth fighting for. And so we stood, ready to face whatever storm was brewing on the horizon, the echoes of our ancestors guiding our path through the shadows. The weight of the world hung heavy in that dimly lit chapel, where shadows danced like restless spirits against the flickering candlelight. The air crackled with tension, thick enough to cut, as whispers of fervent prayers slipped through cracked lips, climbing toward the heavens. A storm rumbled outside, and I could feel the tremor of religious fervor pulsating in the very foundation beneath my feet. It was the kind of moment where time itself seemed to cease, where hope and despair coiled around each other, wrestling for dominance in hearts that had known both. In the corner, a woman knelt, Marie, her hands clasped so tightly, her knuckles blanched white. Her forehead rested against the cool stone, and I could see the sheen of tears glistening in the dim light. She was a widow, a mother torn apart by mortality's cruel hand, and tonight, she prayed not just for her lost husband but for the soul of France itself. God, if you hear me, bring him back. Bring us peace, she whispered, her voice trembling as if the weight of her plea could shift the very fabric of reality. But here, in this sacred space, her prayers felt like stones thrown into an abyss, echoing endlessly without response. And then there was Jacques, a former soldier, now a shadow of a man, haunted by the memories of battles fought under a banner of faith. He stood with his arms crossed, his posture defensive, as if daring the Almighty to show himself. God has forgotten us, he spat, bitterness heavy on his tongue. Where was he when we bled for this kingdom? Where is he now, as the world crumbles around us? His rage hung in the air, sharp and palpable, piercing through the quietude, invoking a tension that prickled at the back of my neck. I could see the ghosts of his fallen comrades, mere flickers in the corners of his mind, demanding recognition while the altar loomed large, mocking him, demanding submission. Yet it was not just the weight of grief that bound them, it was the insidious grip of religion, a gnarled vine wrapping tightly around their hearts. Louis XVIII had returned, crowned and hopeful, but the kingdom of France was still a canvas smeared with blood and tears, painted under the watchful gaze of a God who seemed distant, indifferent. The church was alive with fervor, a beacon of hope and yet an anchor dragging souls down into despair. The church, with its gilded spires, promised redemption, but the echoes of past betrayals lingered, heavy as the incense that filled the air. I remember the first time I stepped into that hallowed space, the holy water glistening like diamonds as I dipped my fingers, feeling both blessed and cursed. It was a strange dichotomy, this sanctum that offered solace yet held hostage so many hearts. The candles flickered, casting a warm glow that felt like a fragile heartbeat against the chill of the stone walls. But it was never just about faith, it was about power, manipulation, and the struggle for souls in a kingdom that had seen too much bloodshed. Each prayer felt like a gamble, a roll of the dice that might earn salvation or damnation. As Marie lifted her gaze, her eyes caught Jacques, and in that silent exchange, a universe of pain unfolded. She saw the ghosts he carried, and he saw the weight of her loss. "We've both lost so much," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, trembling with an intensity that threatened to break her. "But in this, we can find strength. Isn't that what God wants?" Her words hung in the air, fragile yet defiant, challenging the darkness looming like a specter around them. "We have to fight for our faith," she insisted, fingers brushing against the cold stone, a desperate plea for connection in a world that felt overwhelmingly disconnected. She believed that through prayer, through unity, they could forge a path through the ashes of their despair, but Jacques remained unmoved, hardened by his experiences, his heart encased in an iron shell. Faith is no shield against the world's cruelty, he replied sharply, and I could feel the crackle of his anger igniting in the space between them. And then, a thunderous crash echoed from outside, an omen, perhaps, or just the world reminding them of its chaotic nature. The chapel quaked under the weight of it, as if even the heavens were torn asunder. Marie gasped, instinctively reaching for Jack as the dark cloud swirled above the city. The storm raged, a cacophony of nature's fury, a fitting backdrop to the tempest brewing within each heart. The sound reverberated through the stone walls, shaking the very foundations of their beliefs. It was here that the confrontation loomed, a clash of ideologies, a battle within the sanctum meant to cradle their spirits but crumbling under the weight of doubt. "You think faith will save us?" Jack shouted, his voice cutting through the storm. "God has turned his back on us. We are but pawns in a game played by men in robes." His rage spiraled, filling the air with a palpable tension, daring fate to respond. Marie stepped forward, her desperation intertwining with defiance. "Then what do we have left? If not our faith, what binds us to hope?" Her challenge hung like a noose, taut and unyielding. "Are we to lose everything? To surrender to despair? Because I refuse to let the darkness win." The strength in her voice sent shivers through the chapel, shaking the very stones as if the walls themselves bore witness to her fight. In that moment, time splintered. The storm outside became a metaphor for the chaos within, each clap of thunder a heartbeat, pulsating with life, with loss. The candles flickered violently, shadows swirling in a macabre dance as if the souls of the departed were joining their struggle. And in that fleeting moment, her words became an incantation, a desperate prayer that transcended the confines of the chapel, invoking the spirit of a nation still wrestling with its own demons. But the confrontation was far from over. The cosmos seemed to shift, the clock ticking louder, counting down to an inevitable reckoning. Outside, the storm howled, a reminder of the very real dangers that threatened to consume all they held dear. As Marie and Jacques stood facing each other, their hearts pounding like war drums, I could feel that tension stretching, pulling tighter and tighter, as if the very fabric of their beings was about to unravel. In that sacred space, amid flickering lights and shadows that whispered secrets, the battle between faith and despair raged, a tempest of emotions caught in the eye of a storm, each breath a prayer, each heartbeat a war cry. And I stood witness, a mere observer in a world that felt simultaneously vast and constricted, where every moment swirled with the potential for destruction or rebirth. Time hung suspended as the storm raged on, an ancient reminder that in the chaos of the human spirit, salvation can sometimes be found in the darkest of places. The clock ticks with an ominous pulse, its hands fighting against the stillness, breaking the silence like the shattering of glass. In the dim light of a smoke-filled room, a figure stands, shadows clawing at her silhouette. Elena's heart races, each beat a desperate plea to remember why she's here, why she chose this path where every moment could ignite into chaos. She swallows hard, feeling the weight of 1,000 unanswered questions pressing against her ribcage. I remember, the words creep into her mind like ghosts at dusk, memories swirling, threatening to suffocate her. I remember the day the whispers turned to shouts. Across the room, Gabriel paces like a caged lion, muscles coiled in tension. His brow furrows, deep lines etched into his skin, each one a testament to battles fought and lost. "You want to play politics, Elena?" His voice is low, simmering, then play it right. Because mistakes don't just cost lives, they cost futures. She wants to scream, to shake him until he sees the truth that lies buried beneath layers of protocol and pretense. But what if futures are built on lies? The question hangs in the air, thick, suffocating. She feels the walls closing in, as if the very room conspired against her. Outside, the city breathes, a living thing, vibrant yet fraught with tension. The lights flicker like dying stars, illuminating the darkness that stretches beyond the horizon. She thinks of the children in the streets, innocents crushed beneath the weight of decisions made in rooms like this. "I can't be a pawn, Gabriel." "Not anymore." His laugh echoes sharply, a bitter sound that slices through her resolve. "You think you have the luxury of choice? This isn't a fairy tale, Elena. You want to turn the tide on centuries of diplomacy? You're playing with fire." And indeed, The flames of ambition dance just beyond the glass, waiting to consume everything they touch. Shadows flicker, whispering secrets of betrayal and loyalty, mingling like smoke. The ghosts of past leaders loom large, their faces twisted in agony and triumph, reminders of the delicate balance between peace and war. I remember the night we signed the treaty, Gabriel murmurs, his voice softer now, almost haunted. I thought we could change the world, but every signature was a knife. The pain in his eyes ignites something raw in her, a spark of understanding that reverberates through her soul. Maybe knives can carve a new path, Elena counters, desperation rising in her chest. What if we could turn the blades into plows? But her words fall heavy, like stones into a chasm. The weight of history presses down, a legacy of hatred and fear. She feels it all, the bitterness of broken promises, the echoes of laughter turned to screams. They don't trust us, Gabriel. Not now. Not ever. He stops, the air charged with electricity. Trust is a battlefield, and we're losing ground. His eyes lock onto hers, searching for some flicker of hope, some glimmer of a plan that feels as elusive as the smoke curling from the ashtray. Then let's change the rules, she whispers, a fierce determination igniting within her. Let's rewrite the story. Yet as the words leave her lips, she feels the ground shift beneath her, reality twisting into something unrecognizable. A door slams, footsteps echoing like thunder in the quiet chaos. The moment freezes, the tension palpable, a held breath in a dying world. Elena's heart races, a wild stallion in a storm. She turns, dread pooling in her stomach, and there stands Victor, the grim architect of their fate. His face is a mask, inscrutable yet menacing, shadows playing tricks around him. Did you think you could make decisions without me? His voice cuts through the thick air, filled with a twisted glee that makes her skin crawl. Gabriel steps in front of her, an instinct to protect, but she pushes past him, eyes fierce, heart in throbbing rhythm. Victor, this isn't just your game. We won't let you ruin everything we fought for. His laughter is chilling, a sound that echoes with the weight of despair. Oh, Elena, naive as ever. You think you hold the cards? You're merely players on a board that's already set. But she won't back down. She won't allow the shadows of the past to claim her voice. We can be the architects of a new fate. We can change this. Each word is a weapon, a cry for freedom that rises from her core. Change? Victor steps closer, eyes glinting like daggers. Tell me, how do you plan to shift the tides of history with mere words? Her breath hitches, the enormity of the moment crashing down like a waterfall. Not with words, but with the courage to confront the past. To face it, to own it. You cannot control the hearts of the people, Victor. The silence is deafening, thick with unspoken pain and swirling uncertainty. Gabriel's eyes reflect the flickering light of hope, yet the spectre of doubt looms larger than ever. What if they don't want to listen, he murmurs, fear clinging to his voice. Elena's resolve hardens, the very air around her crackling with electric tension. Then we show them what true leadership looks like. Hearts united, hands reaching out. This isn't just about diplomacy, it's about humanity. But Victor's laughter rings again, a bitter symphony that dances mockingly in the air. Humanity? In this battlefield? You're dreaming, Elena. And yet, as the shadows deepen, as the clock ticks down, her heart beats a defiant rhythm against the encroaching darkness. Maybe dreams are the only things worth fighting for. Outside, the night stretches on, a canvas of stars illuminating the fragile hope that flickers between them. Each moment stretches, taut and fragile, like a spider's web in the wind, teetering on the brink of collapse. Elena looks at Gabriel, feels the warmth of their shared dream pulsing between them, a lifeline cast into the void. We can do this, together. And as the shadows close in, the battle lines blur, the stakes are impossibly high, and the world holds its breath, caught in the delicate balance of hope and despair. The time for choices is now, and the echoes of their actions will resonate far beyond this moment, carving paths through the fabric of time. The air is thick with the scent of burnt earth and desperation. A single flicker of flame dances in the distance, casting long shadows that stretch like fingers across the broken landscape. The hushed whispers of a town, once bustling, now a graveyard of memories, haunt the streets where laughter used to echo. I stand at the edge of it all, heart pounding, as if the very ground beneath me knows the weight of its own sorrow. War has taken everything, and now, it feels like we are left to pick up the bones of what used to be. Anna, her hands trembling, kneels in the dirt, fingers sifting through remnants of a shattered market stall, the wooden crates, the empty jars, the crushed fruits. Her eyes glisten with unshed tears, reflecting not just the loss of a livelihood, but the crushing burden of a future that feels endlessly bleak. I remember when these stalls were filled with color, she whispers, and the words hang in the air, a ghostly echo of brightness that has long since fled. Her voice is heavy with longing, each syllable a dagger that pierces deeper into my chest. Then there's Marcus, his shoulders hunched against the weight of survival. He leans against a crumbling wall, eyes scanning the skeletal remains of what was once his family home. Each crack in the wall mirrors the fractures in his heart, the chasms left by loss. If I close my eyes, he murmurs, I can still hear my daughter's laughter. But it's just smoke now, nothing but smoke. He bites back a sob, and I feel it, as if his grief wraps around me like a suffocating fog. The past is a relentless thief, stealing not just lives but dreams, and here we are, standing amidst the ruins, trying to piece together the shards. The market, now a graveyard of aspirations, echoes with the unsteady rhythm of our breaths. I can hear the tick of a clock somewhere, its hands moving slowly, as if mocking us with the promise of time. What's next? Anna's voice breaks the silence, raw and aching. How do we rebuild when everything feels so broken? She looks up, searching our faces for answers that don't exist. I want to grab her shoulders, shake the worries from her, but I know no certainty remains, only a haunting emptiness. A child's laugh rings out, a discordant note amid the somber symphony. We turn, startled. A ragged little boy stands at the periphery, clutching a battered toy, remnant of a world we once knew. He spins in circles, oblivious to the devastation, joy piercing through the gloom like a sudden bolt of light. For a fleeting second, I see hope. But then I remember, the war stole that innocence too. I shudder, and the moment fades like smoke in the wind, leaving only the weight of despair. Let's go, Marcus finally says, his voice a quiet command. We begin to walk, each step heavy with uncertainty. The streets are punctuated by the ghosts of the past, shadows of life that once thrived. I can almost hear the laughter of children, the banter of neighbors, the rich aroma of freshly baked bread wafting through the air. It feels like a cruel joke, this remembrance. Each memory twists like a knife, and I cannot help but wonder if the ghosts will ever leave us. Anna stumbles, her foot catching on an uneven cobblestone that seems to mock her. Damn this place, she cries out, frustration rising like bile in her throat. I can see the fire in her eyes, the fight struggling against the weight of her despair. Why must we be the ones to fix it? Why us? Her voice breaks, and I feel her pain, raw, aching, resonating in the marrow of my bones. She is right, the burden shouldn't fall on those left standing. It should have been those who destroyed it. Because we must, I find myself saying, and even I am surprised at the conviction in my voice. If we don't, who will? The question hangs between us, a heavy silence punctuated by the distant rumble of machinery struggling to reconstruct what war had torn apart. It feels like an insurmountable task, each brick laid like a stone on our chests, and yet, I see a flicker in Anna's eyes, a glimmer of something like determination. Then we fight, she declares, voice fierce, unyielding. Not just for ourselves, but for them. She gestures toward the boy, still spinning, lost in a world of make-believe. It's an impossible sentiment, battling against the tide of despair, yet in that moment, I can see the spark of hope igniting between us, a fragile flame in a sea of darkness. As we walk, I glance back at the ruins, at the remnants of dreams scattered like ashes in the wind. The shadows grow longer, creeping into the corners of our minds, but there's a warmth beginning to build, wrapping around us like an embrace. It's a soft promise, a reminder that even in the face of devastation, life has a way of pushing through the cracks. The sun dips low, casting a golden hue on the horizon, an illusion of peace that teeters on the edge of the impending night. Tomorrow, I say, the word spilling from my lips, we'll gather what we have left. I feel the tension in the air, the fragile thread of resolve stretching taut, ready to snap. Yet, somehow, we hold on, together. And as darkness blankets the world, a quiet understanding settles over us. In the face of overwhelming odds, we are not alone. We are the remnants, the survivors, the dreamers who refuse to let go. The journey, while uncertain, is ours to navigate, with hearts beating defiantly against the shadows. The clock ticks on, time weaving a tapestry of struggle and hope, and I realize that even if the road ahead is shrouded in darkness, we are not done fighting yet. The echoes of the past linger, but within those echoes, I hear the whispers of possibility. The war may have taken everything, but it hasn't taken us. Not yet. And so, we stand, on the precipice of something new, ready to face whatever tomorrow will bring. A loud crack pierced the air, splintering the heavy silence that cloaked the dimly lit newsroom. The sound was a gunshot, echoing down the narrow streets of a city that was supposed to cherish freedom, yet tasted iron on its tongue. I was there, standing behind the glass wall, watching the chaos unfold outside. My heart raced, pounding like a war drum, a fierce reminder of the stakes. I remembered the night before, the whispers, the tension. We had gathered like moths to a flame, our voices a chorus of defiance against a chilling wind that threatened to extinguish our light. Clara's face flashed before me, her eyes wide with fear, yet fierce in resolve. She was a journalist with a fire that could light the darkest corners of the world, and now? Now, she was caught in the crosshairs of a regime that knew no mercy. "We have to report this," she had said, her voice a raw whisper, trembling but resolute. "If we don't, who will?" But the fear that gripped her heart was palpable, a vice tightening with every news cycle, every article that slipped through the cracks of censorship. Across the room, Ethan slammed his fist on the desk, his frustration spilling over like a shaken bottle of soda. "You think they'll let us publish this? You think anyone will care?" His voice cracked, laden with disbelief and bitterness. He was a man haunted by the ghosts of his own past, a past that had once glittered with hope but now lay buried beneath a mountain of red tape. Censorship was a noose, and it was tightening, choking the very life out of the truths we needed to tell. I could still hear the news anchor's voice in my head, an eerie, melodic tone that echoed through the airwaves, each word meticulously chosen to soothe the masses. "Everything is under control," they said, as people bled in the streets. I wanted to scream, to claw at the air, to rip apart the fabric of lies weaving through our society. The anchors wore smiles that would haunt me forever, their polished facades cracking under the weight of the truth. "Clara, listen!" I shouted, desperation spilling from my lips. "If we don't speak out now, when will we ever? This moment is our chance." But the words felt hollow, a feeble attempt to ignite a fire that was slowly dying. She looked at me, and in that fleeting moment, I saw her struggle. The ambition that once propelled her was now tangled in a web of fear, suffocating her spirit. "What if we disappear?" she whispered, her voice barely audible over the din of chaos outside. "What if they come for us?" I remembered the stories we shared, the dreams we had painted in vibrant colors, of a world where our words could change minds, spark revolutions. But now, those dreams felt like ghosts, haunting us as we stood at the precipice of despair. Ethan's hands trembled, and I could see the weight of the world on his shoulders. "We're just pawns," he muttered, his voice breaking, the bitterness spilling from his heart. "They control the narrative. We're fighting shadows." Shadows! The very essence of what we feared, what we fought against, the dark figures that loomed, always one step ahead, silencing the cries for justice, smothering the flickers of hope. But Clara, oh Clara, her spirit was a wildfire yearning to burn bright. "We can't let them win," she said, steeling herself. "Even whispers matter. Every word counts." I could see her resolve hardening, and I felt a surge of energy coursing through me. We were fragile, yes, but we were alive. Our voices, though silenced, could not be extinguished completely. "We write for those who have no voice," I reminded her, my heart racing, every beat a reminder of our purpose. The gunshot outside rang in my ears, a stark reminder of the consequences that lay ahead. That single moment shattered the illusion of safety we had clung to. I glanced at the clock, its hands moving with maddening slowness, counting down to an inevitable confrontation that none of us could escape. Time was slippery, an elusive specter that refused to reveal its hand. I remember, I thought, the memories flooding back, sitting in my childhood home, a pile of books surrounding me, tales of revolution and resilience, of heroes who dared to defy the odds. Those stories ignited a passion within me, a belief that words could indeed reshape the world, and here I was, on the brink of witnessing the very essence of that truth play out before my eyes. Clara grabbed a notepad, her hands shaking but determined. "We need to write this down," she declared, her voice fierce. "We will not be silenced. Not today." And in that moment, as she began to scribble the truth, the ink flowing like blood from an open wound, I felt a pulse of hope. It was a tiny flicker, a spark against the overwhelming shadow of despair. Ethan stood by, his defiance slowly rekindling as he watched Clara. "They want us to be afraid. They want us to hide in the shadows," he said, his voice rising in intensity. "But they can't take our stories." And in that raw moment, we felt the weight of our words, the power they held, a weapon against oppression, a light in the suffocating darkness. But the clock continued to tick, mocking us with its relentless pace. Outside, the chaos grew, the shouts of the crowd merging with the sirens, a cacophony of fear and anger. It was a tempest, swirling around us, and we were caught in the eye of the storm, hearts racing as we crafted our truth. "Clara, Ethan, the world needs to know," I urged, my voice a desperate whisper. The shadows were closing in, and the weight of our choices pressed down like a heavy shroud. "This is our moment." And as we leaned into the chaos, armed only with our words and our courage, I understood that this was more than just a fight for freedom, it was a battle for our very souls, the essence of our humanity. We weren't just journalists, we were the heartbeats of a world on the brink, and every word, every story mattered. In that fleeting moment of defiance, as we stood together against the encroaching darkness, I grasped the profound truth: censorship may silence voices, but it can never extinguish the fire of human spirit. The weight of our words would echo long after the gunshots faded, piercing through the silence, demanding to be heard. And so, we would write, trembling but resolute, unyielding in our quest for truth, knowing that the fragility of our existence only fueled the intensity of our mission. The world beyond us was raging, and we, too, would rage against the dying of the light. The clock strikes midnight, its echoing chimes slicing through the oppressive stillness of the night. The air feels thick, heavy with the weight of secrets hidden in the shadows of the crumbling city. The moon hangs like a watchful eye, its silver light dancing across the cobblestone streets, illuminating the faces of the damned. Unseen whispers float through the darkness, chilling to the bone. I remember the sound, like the rustling of dead leaves, a rustle that promised violence. A figure stumbles into view, clutching a tattered cloak, eyes wide with terror. It's Ilara, her breath ragged, a stark contrast to the quiet that surrounds her. She runs, feet pounding against the stones, each step echoing her desperation. They're coming for her, the shadows moving like an army of ghosts, hungry for retribution. I remember her scream, piercing the night like a shard of glass, a haunting echo that would linger long after the dawn. And then there's Thomas, a soldier turned reluctant executioner, standing in the alley, heart racing. The weight of his uniform feels like chains, binding him to a fate he never chose. His mind spins with memories of laughter, of camaraderie, now twisted into a grotesque mockery of what he once believed in. He grips the hilt of his sword, knuckles white, and closes his eyes. He remembers the warmth of a fire, the glow of companionship, now replaced by the cold steel of betrayal. "Why?" he whispers into the night, a question laced with desperation. "Why must we be the harbingers of terror?" The wind answers him with a ghostly sigh, carrying the lament of those who have fallen. The ghosts of his conscience claw at his thoughts, screaming for justice, demanding he remember the faces he's lost. In the distance, a bell tolls, each clang reverberating like a heartbeat, counting down the moments until the inevitable. Ilara skids to a halt, her breath hitching. She feels the weight of the world pressing down, each second stretching into eternity. The night is alive with dread, the unseen darkness swirling around her, wrapping its fingers around her throat, squeezing. She remembers the faces of the innocent, those who dared to speak out and were silenced forever. Their blood is on her hands, though she never asked for this. The air crackles with tension as Elara and Thomas' paths collide in that haunted alleyway. Their eyes meet, and in that heartbeat, a world of unspoken pain passes between them. She sees the guilt etched across his face, and he sees her fear transforming into a fierce resolve. "We can't let them win," she breathes, the words escaping her like a prayer, an invocation that rises above the chaos. But shadows shift, and the distant sound of approaching footsteps pierces through their fragile moment. Thomas' heart races. "They're coming," he murmurs, panic clenching his gut. The shadows gravitate toward them, a sinister force, a tidal wave of dread crashing upon their frail defenses. Elara's voice trembles. "I won't let them take me," she says, a fire igniting in her chest. Not without a fight. Her spirit is unyielding, a flame flickering defiantly against the encroaching darkness. She knows what's at stake, she knows the price of silence. And then comes the wave, a tsunami of chaos, soldiers, shrouded in armor and malice, pouring into the alley. Time slows, each heartbeat is a drum echoing the sound of impending doom. Thomas feels the weight of his sword, its cold comfort almost a betrayal against the warmth of Elara's resolve. With a glance, a silent promise, they brace themselves for what's to come. The clash is violent, a brutal dance of steel and sorrow. Thomas swings, driven by the ghosts of his past, each strike a desperate attempt to reclaim his humanity. Elara, too, fights, not just for her life but for every soul crushed beneath the boots of tyranny. The alleyway becomes a tempest, their breaths mingling with the cries of the fallen. Pain blooms like dark flowers in their chests, but they push through, driven by a singular desire, freedom. Elara remembers her brother's laughter, the way he would spin tales of adventure under the stars, a world untainted by the suffocating grip of fear. She fights to honor that memory, to make it count. The shadows grow thicker, the weight of despair palpable. Yet within that darkness, a flicker of hope ignites. "We can change this!" Elara screams, her voice cutting through the chaos like a beacon. "We are not just pawns." The words resonate, reverberating through the hearts of others, awakening the same defiance that lies dormant beneath their fear. But the night is ruthless. Thomas feels the cold bite of regret as he swings his sword, realizing that every blow lands not just on faceless soldiers but on the remnants of his own shattered ideals. He remembers the boy he was, the dreams he had, and the choices that led him here. "What have I become?" he gasps, desperation clawing at his throat. As the fight rages on, the alley becomes an echo chamber of emotions, fear, rage, determination, and grief. Each moment stretches, elongating the tension until it vibrates in the air like a plucked string, ready to snap. And then, in the chaos, a moment of clarity strikes. The soldiers falter, doubt creeping into their ranks, and Elara's voice rises above the din, a rallying cry to those who dare to dream beyond the darkness. "Stand with us," she shouts, and the world quakes at the power of her conviction. Thomas feels the tremor of an awakening, a shift that could change everything. For a fleeting moment, their hearts beat in unison against the tide of despair. It's a heartbeat, a breath, a promise of something greater than mere survival. He knows then that it's not just about escaping the shadows, it's about confronting them, about rising as one. But the darkness, insidious and relentless, creeps back in, threatening to swallow them whole. The clash of swords continues, the cries of the fallen echoing like a haunting melody, a reminder of what hangs in the balance. And as their world spins into chaos, Elara and Thomas find themselves teetering on the precipice of change, their fates entwined in a desperate bid for freedom. They realize that this is not the end, but merely the beginning of a fight that will echo through time, a cry for justice that refuses to be silenced. In that alley, under the watchful eye of the moon, their hearts beat with an intensity that cannot be extinguished, a raw, unyielding force that propels them forward. The shadows may loom large, but the light of their conviction burns brighter, a beacon amidst the encroaching night. And as the battle rages on, they know one thing for certain: they will fight. They will resist. They will not be forgotten. The square was awash in a cold mist, the kind that slithers into your bones and whispers of dread. Shadows danced in the flickering torchlight, their flickers betraying the fear that clutched at the hearts of onlookers. Soldiers stood tall, their uniforms crisp, but their eyes betrayed uncertainty, a storm brewing beneath their disciplined facades. They were the protectors, the avengers of a broken France, and yet, in this moment, they seemed more like the harbingers of a darker fate, a fate that loomed just beyond the horizon. Jack felt the weight of their gazes as he shuffled through the crowd, his heart pounding like a war drum. The air was thick with tension and the acrid scent of gunpowder still lingered from the last confrontation. He was a soldier, yes, but now he felt like a mere pawn in a grander game. He remembered his mother's words, "When the world around you crumbles, remember the man you are." But here he was, lost in a whirlwind of loyalty and doubt, his heart a battleground. "I remember," he whispered to himself, "I remember the streets of Paris, the laughter, the hope." Now, despair clung to every cobblestone, every whispered secret. Across the square stood Marie, her eyes wide and searching, a flame of determination flickering beneath her surface. She had never intended to find herself here, fighting to reclaim a throne that once represented her future. How absurd it felt now, a royalist in a world that leaned toward revolution, where loyalty was often met with betrayal. The military was her lover and her jailer, the promise of security now a double-edged sword. She remembered her father's stories of glory, of battles fought, and she couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "I remember the taste of freedom he promised," she thought, feeling the chains of her lineage wrap tighter around her. "Now, all I taste is dust and blood." A battle cry sliced through the air, sharp and urgent, igniting the crowd. The soldiers, a mix of bravado and fear, moved forward, a wall of steel and flesh. They were brothers in arms, yet each carried ghosts of their past, the father who hadn't returned from the front, the brother lost to the guillotine. They were legion, yet each man was alone, a solitary silhouette against the backdrop of history. Jack gripped his musket, his hands trembling. "What are we fighting for?" he screamed internally, but the words never left his lips. They would sound like treason, and treason was a noose tighter than any binding rope. The air crackled with an electric tension, thick enough to choke on, as Marie felt the rush of adrenaline coursing through her veins. The soldiers advanced, their steps a rhythm of fear and valor, clashing with the uncertain hearts of the civilians. Senses heightened, she caught the glimmer of sunlight reflecting off steel, and it dawned on her, this was not merely a conflict of arms, but a war of ideals. A war that would carve through the very fabric of their society. "I remember when kings ruled by divine right," she thought, irony biting. "Now, we stand on the brink of hell." Then, the first shot rang out, a single report shattering the fragile silence that had held them captive. It echoed like a death knell, reverberating through the streets, through the very marrow of their bones. Jack saw it happen in slow motion, a soldier, his brother, his friend, collapsing to the ground, a dark flower blooming on his chest. The world spun, and for a heartbeat, he forgot the mission, the glory. All that remained was horror. "I remember when I believed in honor," he thought, and in that moment, his soul cracked. The crowd surged, panic-stricken, a wild beast unleashed. Marie fought against the tide, her heart racing. She could feel the heat of fear radiating off the bodies around her, could see their faces twist in agony and desperation. "I cannot let this be for nothing," she screamed internally, but her voice was swallowed by the chaos. She turned to Jacques, who stood frozen, a specter of anguish. "Find your strength," she urged silently, willing him to see the truth behind the chaos. "We fight not just for a throne, but for our very souls." The military presence loomed large, an iron fist trying to grasp a nation in turmoil. They were the embodiment of a fractured promise, strength and fragility intertwined. Jack could feel the weight of their uniforms, a burden he had never anticipated. He saw men clutching their rifles, eyes wide with the horror of realization, the unbearably sharp edge of reality slicing through their dreams of glory. "What is the price of loyalty?" he whispered, the question echoing in his mind like a ghost refusing to be exorcised. As the conflict escalated, Marie felt a deep-rooted anger swell within her, mixing seamlessly with the fear. This isn't just politics, she thought, this is survival. She watched as Jack struggled against the tide of desperation, the man she once knew now a shadow of his former self. "We are all ghosts in this war," she lamented, her heart heavy with an understanding that the line separating right from wrong was blurred in the blood-soaked ground beneath their feet. Jack's resolve solidified. No more would he be a pawn in someone else's game. He looked at Marie, her fierce spirit igniting something dormant within him. Together, he thought, we can reclaim our purpose. And in that moment, he understood that the military wasn't merely a weapon of the crown, but a collective of souls yearning for meaning in the chaos. The storm of emotions and clashing ideals raged on, the sounds of battle merging into a cacophony of despair, hope, and the relentless thirst for freedom. Jack and Marie stood at the precipice of fate, two hearts entwined in a world that threatened to swallow them whole. The echoes of their pasts intertwined with the present, forming a tapestry of dreams and nightmares, a tale yet unfinished. As the clock ticked ominously in the background, the shadows deepened, and the soldiers braced for the next wave, the air thick with anticipation. The haunting spectre of doubt lingered, but so did the flickering flame of hope. For in this tumultuous era, the military was not just a force, it was a living entity, thrumming with the heartbeat of a nation on the brink of transformation. A nation that, like Jack and Marie, yearned to rise from the ashes and reclaim their destiny. The air was thick with dread, a palpable weight that pressed against the skin like a shroud. In the dim light of a flickering torch, I could see her, a fleeting silhouette, moving like a wisp of smoke, uncertainty etched in every line of her face. Princess Ilara, the embodiment of hope for a fractured kingdom, stood before me, her sapphire eyes swimming with unshed tears. It was the night of the annual festival, a time when laughter echoed through the cobblestone streets, but all I could hear was the frantic rhythm of my heartbeat, pounding a warning that echoed through my mind. Danger lurked in the shadows. "Don't you feel it?" she whispered, her voice trembling like the frail flicker of the flame. Something isn't right. I wanted to reassure her, to wrap her in a cocoon of certainty, but fear had a way of curling its fingers around my throat. This was not just an ordinary festival, it was a magnet for those who sought the crown's demise. I remember the stories, the hushed whispers of betrayal, the unseen enemies lurking beneath the surface, and the promise of violence that hung like a noose over our heads. Ilara's delicate hand trembled as she clutched the pendant at her throat, a family heirloom that had witnessed too many secrets and too much blood. "I remember," I murmured, my thoughts spiraling back to the first assassination attempt, an echo that clawed at my insides. The flick of a dagger, the glint of steel in the moonlight, and a blood-stained cloak left behind in the mud. The echoes of that night haunted me, clawing at the edges of my sanity. I scanned the crowded square, where laughter mingled with the scent of roasted meats and sweet pastries. People danced, oblivious to the storm brewing just beneath their feet. Their carefree smiles were a mockery of the chaos that threatened to consume us. In a world where love could turn to ash and loyalty dissolved like sugar in water, how could anyone feel safe? "Stay close," I urged Ilara, my voice strained. I could feel the weight of her gaze, a tether that bound us against the darkness. She nodded, a flicker of determination igniting within her. But in her eyes, I saw the flickers of doubt, a storm brewing just behind the curtain of her brave facade. And then it happened, an echo of chaos. A scream pierced the air like an arrow, sharp and unforgiving. The crowd froze, laughter dying on the lips of revelers, joy evaporating like mist under the sun. I turned sharply, my heart racing, and saw him, a shadow emerging from the throng, a figure cloaked in darkness, a glimmer of metal reflecting the torchlight. "Run!" I shouted, the word tearing from my throat. Ilara's hand slipped from mine, and in that moment, time fractured. The festival morphed into a battlefield, their faces twisted in horror, the music now a cacophony of panic. I remember the rush, the adrenaline coursing through my veins, a raw and terrifying rush that propelled me forward. I pushed through the throng, desperation clawing at my back, knowing I had to protect her. And then I spotted him, the assassin, wild-eyed and desperate, brandishing a blade that glinted like betrayal. Ilara was there, her eyes wide, fear twisting her features. I lunged, a primal instinct bursting forth, and collided with the figure, the force of our bodies creating a sickening thud against the cobblestones. The blade swung wide, a whisper of death that missed its mark, narrowly grazing my shoulder, a reminder of imminent mortality. What do you want? I gasped, wrestling him to the ground, fury and fear intertwining like a dance of shadows. What kind of coward hides behind a mask? His laughter was a chilling sound, laced with madness. The crown must fall, he spat, his voice a rasp that sent shivers skittering down my spine. A bloodline tainted by weakness, by compassion. She is a blemish upon the throne. Ilara's scream cut through the chaos, a raw edge of terror that ignited something deep within me. Get away from her! I roared, slamming his head against the stones, feeling the world around us fade into insignificance, dwarfed by the intensity of this singular moment. But as the assassin writhed beneath me, I felt the energy shift, the tension mounting. I had become an unwilling player in a game far larger than myself. I was but a pawn in this vicious chess match, where lives were sacrificed for ambition and blood spilled for power. His name is Dorian, whispered a voice from the shadows, a figure emerging, Lord Cedric, loyal, but with an opportunist's edge. He was sent to silence the crown. With a surge of clarity, I realized this was not just an attack on Ilara, it was a storm gathering, a wave crashing upon the walls of our fragile existence. The crown sat atop her head, but it was a weight too heavy for her slender shoulders. The darkness whispered of betrayal, of alliances forged in secrecy, each thread pulling tighter around us. I turned to Ilara, her face pale, her resolve cracking like glass. You must run, I urged, but the words faltered, laden with the weight of love laced with despair. How could I ask her to leave now, when the world was unraveling right before us? I won't, she said defiantly, her voice steady but her eyes betraying the storm within. I will not be a coward. And that's when I understood, bravery is not the absence of fear but the ability to stand firm in the face of it. Together, we were stronger. But the winds of fate were relentless, and the clock was ticking, each second a reminder of the encroaching peril. The festival continued around us, a facade of normalcy that felt increasingly false. Shadows danced beneath the torches, and the laughter morphed into a strange melody that taunted us. The stars above were indifferent, their light cold and distant. Time wrapped itself around us, a noose tightening, but in that moment, bound by a shared resolve, we stood unyielding against the tide, the heart of our kingdom beating in sync with our own, a fragile hope flickering like a candle in the storm. The assassin would not be the end of us, he was merely a harbinger of the chaos to come. But as I looked into Ilara's eyes, I knew the battle was just beginning. We were but whispers in the night, a fire yet to be ignited, a reckoning on the horizon. The crown would not fall without a fight. The midnight air was thick with tension, a palpable force that coiled around the shadows of the crumbling city. The moon hung low, a watchful eye, casting long fingers of silver light onto cobblestones cracked by time and despair. I remember the echo of distant shouts, a chorus of anger swelling like the tide, crashing against the walls that once stood as silent sentinels of oppression. I remember how my heart raced, not from fear but from the intoxicating urgency of the moment. Something was changing, and I was here, right in the middle of it. Amidst the chaos, I caught sight of her, Elena, fierce and defiant, her dark hair whipping around her face like a tempest. She had always carried that spark, a flame ignited in her heart, and now it blazed with an intensity that seemed almost otherworldly. "Stand with me," she shouted, her voice cutting through the din like a blade, raw and electrifying. And in that instant, I could see the ghosts of our past haunting her, the weight of the oppressed generations resting heavy on her shoulders. I felt the pull, an unshakable connection to her resolve, even as the ground beneath us trembled with the shouts of 1,000 souls longing for freedom. Then there was Marcus, my brother, caught in the storm of his own making. Always the pragmatist, he stood rooted, wringing his hands as if he could squeeze out clarity from the chaos. "Elena, you're dreaming," he yelled, but his voice cracked, betraying the fear lurking just beneath his bravado. I could see it in his eyes, the battle between safety and revolution, the suffocating grip of conformity that held him back. "You can't change the world with your wild ideas." But I knew Marcus. He had always been the cautious one, the one who played it safe, and in that moment, I wanted to shake him, to snap him out of this trance that was slowly suffocating him. The air was electric, crackling with the tension of unspent energy. I felt it in my bones, a rhythm thrumming beneath the surface, a heartbeat of the world awakening. "What if we don't fight?" I whispered to myself, the words barely piercing the noise around me. A shiver crawled up my spine at the thought. It echoed the fears that gnawed at the edges of my mind. What if we stayed silent? What if this was merely another moment that slipped through our fingers like sand? The crowd surged forward, a wave of bodies, all driven by a singular purpose. I could taste the fervor on my lips, a metallic tang that tasted like hope and desperation mixed together. I remember the warmth of bodies brushing against me, the scent of sweat and earth mingling with the distant smoke of rebellion. Fight! 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 The chant rose, a primal sound cutting through the night. I felt it inside me, a raw pulse, a need to join the throng, to break free from the shackles of my own fears. Elena turned to me, her eyes ablaze with determination. "Are you with us?" she asked, and in that moment, time slowed, the world narrowing to the intensity of her gaze. I could see the flicker of doubt behind her fierce exterior, a vulnerability that made my heart ache. I thought of Marcus, of his fear, his desperate desire to keep everything as it was. "I am," I said, my voice steady, surprising even myself. The moment snapped back to reality as the first rock flew through the air, shattering the fragile silence. It struck a window with a piercing crack, and chaos erupted. Fear mingled with exhilaration as we charged, Elena at the front, a warrior leading the charge, with Marcus and me in her wake, caught in a whirlwind of adrenaline and uncertainty. I remember the feeling of our feet pounding against the ground, a frenzied dance of liberation as we rushed toward the heart of the storm. In the midst of the turmoil, memories rushed through me like a torrent, the day we first whispered our dreams, the hopes that had been deemed foolish by those who had come before us. I remember the stories of revolution that danced in my mind like waltzing flames, illuminating the darkness around us. They told us we were nothing, but here we were, a mass of humanity roaring for recognition, for rights, for breathing space in a world that had choked us for too long. Then, in the thick of it all, I saw it, the barricade, hastily erected, a line in the sand between the past and what could be. It loomed large, a grotesque reminder of our oppression, and I felt the weight of history bearing down on us. The air shifted, thickening, as if the world itself held its breath. The ghosts of our ancestors seemed to whisper from the shadows, urging us onward, reminding us of the sacrifices they had made. Do it for them, I thought, and in that heartbeat, I knew this was bigger than me, bigger than any of us. This was for every dreamer silenced, every voice muted, every hope that had flickered and dimmed but never fully extinguished. We were not merely fighting against a regime, but for the very essence of our humanity, the right to love, to laugh, to exist free from fear. Time stretched and warped as we surged forward, adrenaline coursing through me like wildfire. I remember that moment when the barricade was breached, bodies colliding, voices raised in a symphony of chaos, and I felt myself lifted, carried by the tide of fervor and desperation. It was a moment of pure, unadulterated passion, a glimpse of what could be if we dared to dream, to fight, and to love fiercely in the face of overwhelming odds. But even as the adrenaline surged, I could sense the fractures within our unity. Marcus faltered, the fear rising again, and I reached for him, but the crowd pulled us apart, a riptide of fervor that threatened to consume us all. The shadows of doubt crept in, whispering that perhaps he was right, that perhaps this was just a dream, a beautiful, chaotic dream that would end when the sun rose, illuminating the reality we fought against. As I glanced back at him, I saw a flicker of hope battling against resignation, and in that moment, I understood we were all fighting our own battles, even amidst the collective struggle for liberation. The city around us felt alive, a vast expanse of dreams and nightmares woven together, and as the night deepened, I felt the weight of it all pressing down. We were no longer just individuals, we were a tapestry, each thread a story, each heartbeat a testament to our struggle. The rise of liberalism was not a singular event, it was a chorus of voices, a symphony of emotions echoing through the streets, each note a struggle, each pause a breath of anticipation for what came next. And as the first light of dawn threatened to break, I knew this was only the beginning. The rise of something new, something raw and unfiltered, was just starting to unfurl its wings before us. I felt the anticipation thrum in my veins, a reminder that even in the shadows, we were alive, and the fight was far from over. The air was thick with smoke and the metallic tang of blood, heavy like a shroud draped over the battlefield. I stood amidst the chaos, the cries of dying men echoing in my ears like a twisted symphony. The night was cloaked in shadows, but even in the darkness, I could see the glint of cannons and the flash of sabers, stark against the flickering firelight. This wasn't just war, it was a reckoning. And there, on the blood-soaked grass, loyalty was being tested like never before. I remember staring into the face of my comrade, Pierre, his eyes wide with fear yet burning with a fierce determination. For France, he shouted, rallying the men around him, his voice a rallying cry, a beacon amid the storm. But loyalty is a fickle beast. One moment it ignites a fire in your soul, the next it can leave you colder than the wind that cuts through the night. I could see it in the way his hand trembled around the hilt of his sword, and something in me twisted painfully. Pierre was a dreamer, full of visions of glory, of a united France, but dreams shattered like glass when faced with the reality of war. And then there was Elise, a nurse, a fallen angel among the wounded. With every life she tended to, I could see her spirit fraying, like an old tapestry unraveling thread by thread. She moved through the carnage, her hand stained crimson, not just with blood but with the weight of sorrow. "I won't let them die," she whispered to no one and everyone, her voice a soft prayer against the cacophony. Here was a woman torn between the madness of war and the desperate hope of saving lives, her heart a battlefield of its own. Why do we fight? I found myself asking, the question slipping from my lips like a confession. For loyalty? For a dream? But the answer was lost in the screams that enveloped us, in the shadows that danced just beyond the firelight. I felt time slip away from me, each heartbeat a drumroll leading to an inevitable crescendo of despair. This was not the grandeur of Napoleon's vision, this was chaos, a symphony of suffering. I remember the night vividly, the way it unfolded like a dark flower, revealing layers of pain and longing. Each soldier, each wounded man, carried echoes of Napoleon's legacy within them, a mix of fierce loyalty and a nationalism that felt like a noose tightening around our throats. We were all pawns in a game played by hands unseen, and the weight of it threatened to crush me. In the flickering glow of the campfire, I watched as Pierre and Elise came together, their eyes locking in silent understanding. They were two sides of a coin, one bold and reckless, the other tender and nurturing. They were fighting for a future, a united France, but they were also struggling against the shadows of their own hearts. "What if we don't make it?" Pierre asked, a tremor in his voice, vulnerability peeking through his bravado. The question lingered, heavy like the smoke swirling around us. "Then we'll go down fighting," Elise replied, her voice steady despite the fear flickering in her eyes. "And if we survive, we'll rebuild. We'll make it right." Her resolve ignited something within Pierre, a spark of determination that sent a shiver down my spine. Here were two souls entwined, held together by dreams and fears, their loyalty forged in the fires of chaos. But the night had other plans. The sound of horses, thundering hooves, broke through the stillness, an impending storm crashing upon our fragile sanctuary. Shadows blurred into figures, soldiers of the enemy, their faces masked in darkness, eyes glinting with malice. "For the glory of France," they shouted, but I could hear the truth hiding beneath. This was no glory. This was the end of dreams. I remember feeling the jolt of fear, a visceral punch to my gut. My heart pounded, each beat echoing wildly in my ears as the world blurred around me. Pierre sprang forward, instinct guiding him, while Elise remained rooted, her gaze fixed on the approaching darkness. "No!" I cried, reaching out, my voice lost in the chaos. And just like that, they were swallowed by the storm, consumed by shadows. In that moment, I knew despair, sharp, stinging, and cruel. I was a spectre watching as loyalty turned to madness, as dreams twisted in the night air like smoke. The firelight flickered, casting haunting shapes that danced in tandem with the chaos. I could feel the air grow heavier, laden with the weight of unspoken words and dreams deferred. "We fight for France, but at what cost?" lingered in my mind, a bitter truth gnawing at my insides. Time became fluid, stretching endlessly, a river pulling me into its depths. I could hear whispers, echoes of the past, of Napoleon himself, a man who had ignited flames of nationalism yet left behind a trail of ashes. The loyalty he inspired was a double-edged sword, cutting deep into the hearts of those who followed him. I felt it in every fiber of my being, the tension crackling around me, a storm waiting to break. And then, in the midst of the chaos, I caught a glimpse of Elise, her determination a lighthouse in the storm. She had not faltered, she was tending to the wounded amidst the tempest, stitching together hope where despair threatened to tear us apart. "We must remember who we are," she shouted, her voice cutting through the din, a clarion call against the encroaching darkness. In that fragile moment, loyalty shifted, evolving from a burden to a bond, threading its way through the chaos, uniting us against the shadows. I felt the pulse of the universe, the swirling cosmos drawing us closer, binding our fates together. We were more than soldiers now, we were dreamers fighting against the night, together. But the night was relentless, shadows whispering promises of oblivion, and I could not shake the feeling that we were merely puppets in an elaborate dance, our strings pulled by the ghosts of ambition. As I stared into the flames, I knew the legacy of Napoleon was not just about glory, it was about the haunting spectre of loyalty, the burden of dreams, and the unyielding fight against the darkness. And so we stood there, on the edge of annihilation, hearts racing, souls entwined, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The night pulsed around us with a kind of dark magic, and though the path was shrouded in uncertainty, I knew we would fight until the dawn. There was power in our unity, a strange, spine-chilling intensity that coursed through our veins, igniting a fire that refused to be extinguished. This was our moment, suspended in time, where loyalty and nationalism became the very essence of our fight against the shadows. The air crackled with anticipation, and I held my breath, ready for the storm to break. The air crackled, thick with the weight of unspoken words, as I stood in the dimly lit gallery. Paintings, heavy with the dust of centuries, hung like ghosts on the walls, their colors muted yet screaming for attention. I could almost hear their silent cries, the desperate longing of artists long gone, trapped in the confines of their own creation. In the corner, a flickering candle cast erratic shadows, twisting shapes that danced like lost souls yearning for release. There was a tension here, palpable and sharp, like an unstruck match waiting to ignite. I remember the moment when Ruth stumbled in, her eyes wide and brimming with more than just fear. She was a tempest in a pale blue dress, a whirlpool of conflicting emotions. Her hands trembled, fingers fiddling with the hem, as if it could anchor her to the ground and steady the storm within. "They're coming," she whispered, breath hitching in her throat. The gallery suddenly felt like a coiled spring, taut and ready to snap. What did she see that I couldn't? The shadows twisted further, merging into something unholy. Ruth had always been the artist's muse, the fragile beauty who inspired the brushstrokes of the late-night oil painter who often drowned his sorrows in cheap wine. I remembered how she would pose, the light catching the angles of her face, brilliant yet haunting. But beneath that surface, she was a labyrinth of insecurities, a heart that beat too loudly, a mind that raced with doubts. "I have to go," she said, and within her voice lay a fracture, as if every syllable could shatter the fragile glass of her resolve. And then there was Marcus, lurking in the shadows, a cynic draped in the darkness of his own thoughts. He watched, always watching, as if the world was a play and he was the only one who understood the script. In moments of quiet, when the air felt too heavy, he would crack jokes about the absurdity of existence, the kind that made you laugh and weep at once. "It's not like they bathed regularly," he'd say, a smirk playing on his lips. Romance was earthy at best, and with all that pestilence, no wonder love was more of a choice than a need. But beneath that facade of humor, I saw the flicker of desperation, an artist himself, trapped in the throes of self-doubt, feeling the weight of a world that deemed him unworthy. Outside, the bells of the city rang, their resonance vibrating through the gallery, mingling with Ruth's rising panic. "Is it the king's men?" I asked, but the question felt hollow. In this moment, the real threat was not the soldiers but the very art that surrounded us, an oppressive reminder of our own inadequacies. Each masterpiece was a mirror reflecting the chaos of our souls. I could feel Marcus's gaze boring into me, the unspoken question hanging heavy between us: who were we in this tapestry of existence? The darkness thickened as Ruth's eyes darted to the window. "They'll take everything, the paintings, the stories, the very essence of who we are." Her voice trembled, and I could feel her fear clawing at my insides. It was a fear of being erased, of becoming a ghost, a spectre lost in time. As she spoke, the air shimmered with memories, flickering moments of laughter and pain that intertwined like vines around our hearts. I remember the first time we stood in this gallery, our voices echoing against the stone walls, brimming with dreams. What if we could create something that mattered? I had asked, my enthusiasm spilling over. What if our art could change the world? Ruth's laughter was like a melody, light and airy, but it had carried an edge of skepticism. Change the world? Or just our world, she had teased, her eyes dancing with mischief. But now, in the shadow of impending doom, those dreams felt like whispers drowned in a storm. As the sounds of footsteps grew closer, Marcus stepped forward, a flicker of bravery igniting in his chest. We can't let them take this from us. Not now. Not ever. His voice, usually laced with sarcasm, rang with something raw. But I could see the doubt lingering behind his bravado, the fear that each stroke of his brush might one day be met with indifference. Do you think they care about art? Ruth shot back, her desperation mingling with anger. They only care about power and control. The intensity of her words struck me, a reminder that we were mere players in a game far larger than ourselves, our existence teetering on the edge of oblivion. But there, in the heart of the crisis, something shifted. I felt the pulse of the gallery, the heartbeat of centuries of creation echoing through my veins. The shadows twisted and turned, morphing into a canvas of raw emotion, a visceral reminder that art, in its essence, was a rebellion against the void. It was a battle cry to the world, a testament to existence that could not be silenced. Ruth, fierce and fiery, stepped toward the paintings, her hands reaching out as if to grasp their essence, to infuse them with our very souls. If they come, let them come. Let them see what we've created. Let them know we are here. Her voice rose, trembling yet resolute, a beacon in the darkness. I felt my own heart quicken, caught in the maelstrom of her conviction, and I wanted to join her, to give voice to the silence that threatened to swallow us whole. Marcus, too, felt the shift, his eyes lit with a spark of defiance. Then we fight, he said, and it was less a declaration and more a promise, one that resonated deep within, threading the three of us together in that moment. The impending confrontation loomed like a thundercloud overhead, but within that darkness, the first flickers of our resolve ignited. I remember standing there, the three of us bound by our shared fear, our flawed humanity, our insecurities laid bare like unfinished canvases. And as the footsteps approached, drawing closer with each breath, we found ourselves, not just as artists, but as a collective force, willing to face the ghosts of our past, the shadows of our fears, and the uncertainty of our future. The gallery became a sanctuary, a cradle of creativity that would not bow to the weight of oppression. In that moment, we were not just creators, we were the very essence of defiance, a reminder that art could transcend time, could conquer even the darkest threats. As I looked into Ruth's eyes, saw the spark of determination mirrored in Marcus's gaze, I felt a surge of something fierce and untamed. It was more than hope, it was an unwavering declaration that we were here, alive, and ready to fight for every stroke of our existence. And as the door swung open, revealing the silhouette of those who would challenge us, a quiet resolve washed over me, uniting our hearts in a rhythm of defiance. We were not just witnessing history, we were a part of it, and as the shadows collided with our light, I knew that the battle for our souls had only just begun. We would not go quietly. The art of our lives would echo through time, a living testament to our refusal to be erased. A single candle flickered in the corner of the dim room, casting long shadows that danced like lost souls on the walls. The air was thick, almost suffocating, pregnant with unspoken words and lurking fears. There she stood, Genevieve, her heart pounding like a war drum, each thud reverberating through her body, igniting the dread nestled deep in her stomach. She could hear the whispers beyond the door, the undercurrents of ambition and betrayal swirling like a tempest outside her fragile sanctuary. "They will come for you," the voice in her head hissed, twisting like a serpent around her thoughts. "They will take everything." This was the court of Louis XVIII, an arena of silk and shadows, where every smile concealed a dagger, every laugh a threat. Genevieve could feel the weight of her own secrets pressing down on her, heavy as a tombstone. She remembered the night her husband had been dragged away, the echoes of his protests still reverberating in her ears. "No, please. I am innocent." Innocence, she scoffed bitterly now. Innocence was a mask that cracked under scrutiny. The only truth in this place was treachery, and she was but a pawn in a game she did not fully comprehend. Across the room, Marguerite watched her with a knowing gaze, the light reflecting off her auburn curls like flames licking at the edges of a fire. Marguerite, the Queen's confidante, and a woman carved from the very essence of resilience. She had her own demons, past loves that haunted her like ghosts draped in cobwebs, unfulfilled desires that clawed at her heart, a yearning for freedom that felt more like a noose tightening around her neck. "You're not safe here, Genevieve," she whispered, her voice low and urgent. "They are watching. Always watching." The tension crackled between them, electric and raw, filled with the weight of unshed tears and buried fears. Genevieve's thoughts spiraled, a whirlwind of longing for the world outside the gilded cage, where laughter rang true and hope thrived in the sunlight. She remembered her childhood, running barefoot through fields of wildflowers, the scent of earth and freedom intoxicating. But the past was a distant memory now, a faded photograph curled at the edges, while the present was a suffocating shroud of silk and velvet, the very fabric of her captivity. Marguerite stepped closer, her eyes fierce, unyielding. "You must leave tonight," she urged, urgency spilling from her lips like the last drops of sand in an hourglass. "I can't. If I go, they'll suspect me." Genevieve's voice trembled as she spoke, her mind racing against the clock, the minutes slipping away like grains of sand. "What happens if they find out the truth? What if they shush?" Marguerite silenced her with a fierce intensity, pressing a finger to her lips. "Fear isn't the answer. Fear is a prison." Genevieve felt the stirrings of her own spirit awakening beneath the weight of Marguerite's conviction, a flicker of hope igniting in her chest. She longed to believe it, to shed the shackles of her despair and embrace the chaos of life. But the shadows of the past loomed over her, their breath cold against her skin. The memory of her husband, eyes wide with terror as the guard seized him, clawed at her heart, dragging her down into the depths of her own torment. "I cannot abandon him," she murmured, tears starting to well in her eyes. "I won't leave him there." Marguerite's expression softened, and for a moment, the fire in her eyes dimmed to embers. "Love isn't always noble, Genevieve. Sometimes it's a curse." The truth of those words hung in the air, heavy and unyielding, echoing through the chambers of Genevieve's heart. Just then, the door creaked open, piercing the fragile cocoon of their shared fears. Marie, the Queen's rival, stepped inside, all sharp angles and seething power, her presence a storm rolling into the room. The air grew colder, the warmth of their camaraderie evaporating like dew under the harsh light of her gaze. "What a delightful little meeting we have here," she purred, a sly smile curling her lips. "Plotting your escape, are we?" Every instinct screamed for Genevieve to retreat, to dissolve into the shadows, but she stood her ground, her heart racing like a caged bird desperate for flight. "You know nothing, Marie," she spat, the bitterness seeping through her words like poison. Marie's laughter was a bell tolling in the night, mocking and cruel. "Oh, but I know so much more than you realize. The court is a mirror, my dear. It reflects the truth of our souls." As the intensity of the moment surged, Genevieve felt the world around her narrow to a pinpoint. Every breath was a battle, every heartbeat a reminder of what was at stake. She would not let herself crumble under Marie's gaze, not when everything she held dear hung in the balance. In that charged silence, Marguerite stepped forward, her voice a low growl. "You threaten the wrong woman, Marie. We are not afraid of you." The tension crackled like dry tinder, igniting a spark that threatened to consume them all. In that moment, the court of Louis XVIII felt less like a gilded palace and more like a battlefield, a crucible shaping the very essence of who they were. The stakes were high, the risks monumental, but deep inside, Genevieve felt a pulse of defiance rising like the sun breaking through the night. But just as quickly, that light flickered, and doubt seeped in like a fog, heavy and oppressive. "What if I fail?" she whispered, more to herself than anyone else. "What if the darkness swallows me whole?" Marguerite's grip on her shoulder tightened, a lifeline reaching through the despair. "Then we will face it together. You are not alone. In that moment, Genevieve chose. She chose to fight, to claw her way out of the abyss, to rise against the shadows that threatened to consume her. The whispers outside grew louder, the world beyond the door pulsing with life, and she felt the weight of her decision, heavy, dizzying, and terrifying. In the heart of Louis XVIII's court, under the watchful eyes of fate, they stood together, two women forged in the fires of conflict and despair. They were warriors in a world where the only certainty was chaos, where love was a weapon and hope a flickering flame. And as they braced themselves for the confrontation that loomed ahead, the air thick with unspoken promises and the weight of their choices, the story of their lives entwined, spiraling ever onward, into the abyss and beyond. The clock tower loomed over the village, its hands frozen at midnight, a grotesque reminder of time's cruel grasp. The chilling wind swept through the cobbled streets, carrying whispers of betrayal and unquenchable despair. I stood there, heart hammering against my ribcage, as the distant echoes of chaos twisted through the air. A fire crackled in the castle courtyard, illuminating the faces of the nobles gathered to seal their fates with a single decision. I remember Lady Ilara, her emerald gown shimmering like the venomous scales of a viper under the flickering light. She had always commanded attention, but tonight, her beauty seemed like a mask, concealing a storm within. Her hands trembled ever so slightly as she clutched a letter, a parchment stained with the blood of her brother, a casualty in a power struggle she never wished to be part of. "What have we become?" she whispered, her voice quaking, the heaviness of loss palpable in each word. And there stood Lord Cedric, a man cut from a different cloth, his ambition a wildfire, consuming everything in its path. He was driven, yes, but by a darkness that twisted his soul. He had always wanted more land, more power, more respect. But respect was a fragile thing, as delicate as the wings of a moth drawn to the flame. "We can't afford to show weakness, Ilara," he snapped, his eyes darting around the circle of nobles. "The people will devour us if we do." The tension thickened the air, wrapping around us like a noose, squeezing until breaths became shallow and frantic. I shivered, feeling the weight of their unspoken fears. It was a deadly game they played, a game where alliances were as fleeting as shadows, and loyalty was buried beneath layers of deceit. Suddenly, a shout erupted from the edge of the crowd. A peasant, face streaked with dirt and desperation, thrust his fist to the sky. "You're all cowards! You sit atop your thrones while we suffer!" His voice was raw, echoing the cries of countless others who had lost their homes, their families, their very will to live. I felt the crowd stir, their resolve wavering, the specter of rebellion creeping like fog into their hearts. Ilara's eyes widened. "We cannot let this escalate," she pleaded, her voice breaking. But Cedric laughed, a hollow sound that sent chills down my spine. "Let them come. We need to show them who truly holds the power." And there it was, the clash of ideals, the stark contrast between compassion and tyranny, hope and despair. Each noble, a mere puppet dancing on strings of greed, while the world outside their gilded walls simmered with anguish. The castle felt like a ticking bomb, every second building toward an explosion of buried resentment. The shadows grew longer as night deepened, swallowing the last remnants of sunlight. I could barely breathe, the air thick with impending doom. I remembered the tales of old, of kings who had fallen by the very hands of those they ruled. Was history destined to repeat itself? I could feel the heartbeat of the village, pounding like a war drum, rising in intensity. "Remember the pestilence?" I whispered to no one. When people were left to rot while the wealthy bathed in wine and luxury. The absurdity of it all pierced through my mind, and I found myself chuckling grimly. They bathed once a year, and yet they wondered why romance was earthy. A nervous laugh slipped from my lips, but it vanished into the darkness, leaving nothing but silence in its wake. Soon, Cedric's posture shifted, the battle lines drawn in the sand. "I will not be a martyr for their cause," he declared, his voice ringing with a fervor that sent shivers through the assembled nobles. "If they want war, let them come. I will be ready." I could see it then, the glimmer of madness in his eyes, the reckless ambition that wrapped around him like a shroud. Ilara's scream cut through the tension, raw and primal. "This isn't what I wanted." Desperation crackled in her tone, echoed by the silent pleas of her heart. I could feel her pain, a mirror reflecting my own. You don't understand. They're not our enemies, they're our people. But Cedric's resolve hardened, the shadows dancing in the corners of his mind, taunting him with fantasies of grandeur. Power is a cruel mistress, Ilara. She demands sacrifice, he replied, his voice smooth as silk but laced with venom. You need to choose loyalty to the crown or loyalty to the masses. The choice hung in the air, heavy and suffocating, a choice that felt as ancient as time itself. The embers crackled, sending sparks spiraling into the night, and I could taste the tension, sharp and metallic. I wanted to scream, to shake them out of their stupor, to remind them of their humanity. But it was no use, each noble was ensnared in their own web of ambitions, blind to the cries of the world beyond their walls. And then, a figure stepped forward from the crowd, a ghost from the past, perhaps. The villagers murmured, a soft wave of recognition washing over them. It was a woman, garbed in rags and defiance. Enough, she shouted, her voice rising above the chaos, piercing through the nobility's arrogance. We are not your pawns. Not anymore. And in that moment, the stars shuddered, the moon casting a silvery glow over the unfolding drama. Hearts raced, breaths hitched, time seemed suspended, an eternity unfolding in the blink of an eye. I remember thinking, as I stood there, heart pounding like a war drum, that governance was no longer an abstract concept. It was flesh and blood, woven into the very fabric of our existence. The nobility may have held the reins, but it was the people who would shape the destiny of the land. In that haunting silence, a choice was made, and I was a mere witness to the birth of a rebellion that would echo through the ages, a testament to the unyielding spirit of the downtrodden. The world was shifting, and with it, the delicate balance of power teetered on the brink. What would happen next? I couldn't tell. All I knew was that the night was far from over, and history had just begun to write its next wicked chapter. The clock strikes midnight, its booming voice echoing through the empty streets like a ghostly knell. Shadows stretch long and twist, clinging to the damp cobblestones of a city awakening to chaos. A scream pierces through the night, raw and unrestrained, a heart-wrenching wail of betrayal. I stand at the edge of the shadows, breathless, heart racing, as I watch the scene unfold, a once loyal ally turned lethal rival, their faces painted in fear and desperation, and I remember the warmth of their laughter, now a distant echo, warped and cold. I remember how trust tasted like honey, sweet and sticky, now turned bitter in my mouth. Evangeline, her fiery hair billowing like flames, stands poised in the moonlight, a dagger gleaming in her hand. Her eyes, once pools of light, are now darkened by betrayal. She looks unrecognizable, a fierce warrior consumed by something darker than the night. You should have chosen your allies better, Cedric, she shouts, anger transforming her voice into a weapon sharper than her steel. I flinch, feeling the sting of her words. Cedric, the ever-dependable, now a man torn between loyalty and survival, stumbles backward, panic setting his heart ablaze. The very air hums with tension, each breath heavy with the weight of choices made and unmade. I remember the day we all sat together at the tavern, laughter spilling like wine, dreams weaving like clouds above our heads. We were not just comrades, we were family. But the world is cruel, and time, oh, how it shifts like the tides, leaving us adrift. A whisper of doubt, a seed of envy, and suddenly, the bonds that tied us are fraying, unraveling. The ghosts of our past haunt us now, their laughter replaced by accusations and silent screams. Cedric's hands tremble as he reaches for her, the desperation palpable. Evangeline, it's not what you think. His voice cracks, and I feel the fracture deep inside me. I want to scream, to make them see the truth beneath the layers of hurt, yet here I stand, paralyzed in a moment that feels infinite. The city around us holds its breath, the air thick with the scent of impending doom, a stench more pungent than the filth of war. Evangeline's eyes narrow, and I see the glimmers of regret fighting against her rage, like stars flickering in the midst of a storm. You think you can take my trust and trample it underfoot? You think I would let you walk away? She lunges forward, a wolf hunting its prey, and the dagger glimmers ominously in the moonlight. In that moment, I feel like the ghost of a forgotten dream, grasping for a past that is slipping through my fingers. Stop! I want to shout, to tear through the fabric of this heartbreaking tableau, but all I can do is watch as the weight of their decisions crushes us all. Fear grips me. I want to reach out, to bridge the chasm of hurt that has formed, but my voice is lost to the roaring tempest of emotions crashing around us. And then, as if time itself has decided to mock us, Cedric's back hits the cold stone wall, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The memories swirl like fog, a time when we were united against a common enemy, when betrayal was a concept that belonged only to fables. I remember standing by his side, shoulder to shoulder, as we fought for what we believed in. But now, we are two warriors caught in an endless cycle of vengeance. Trust is a fragile thing, I whisper to myself, a reminder that feels more like a curse. It can be forged in fire but can also shatter with the slightest touch, and I wonder if we were ever truly allies or just actors in a tragic play written by fate. The dagger, sharp and glistening, is a reflection of her anguish, the weapon of a heart twisted by betrayal. A flicker of hesitation crosses Evangeline's face, her resolve faltering for the briefest moment. I can see the ghosts of our past flashing before her eyes, and my heart aches for the girl who once believed in dreams, not nightmares. You don't have to do this. Cedric pleads, his voice barely above a whisper, and I can feel the tremor of desperation rippling through the silence. The world holds its breath, teetering on the brink of catastrophe. But I know, deep down, that this confrontation is inevitable, a cruel tapestry woven with threads of loyalty and betrayal, love and loss. I wish I could reach through the swirling darkness, grasp their hands, and pull them back from the edge. But I am nothing but a spectator in this tragedy, a witness to the unraveling of souls once bound by friendship. With a sudden, wicked grin, Evangeline brings the dagger closer, a twisted glint in her eye. Perhaps you will learn the true meaning of trust in your last moments, she hisses, a venomous bite to her words that chills me to the bone. The air crackles, a storm of emotion swirling around us, and time seems to stretch, a taut wire ready to snap. I remember the stars, the vastness of the cosmos, and how they seem to promise something bigger, something beyond our mortal squabbles. Yet here we are, reduced to this primal dance, a fight for survival, a battle of broken hearts. The shadows deepen, wrapping around us like a shroud, and I wonder if it's too late for redemption. The dagger plunges forward, a strike of lightning in the darkness, and I close my eyes, heart racing, as I brace for the inevitable. Because in the world we inhabit, allies can easily become rivals, and even the strongest bonds can be severed by the cruel hands of fate. The city, the night, and our shattered dreams swirl around us in a maelstrom of despair, leaving us teetering on the edge of oblivion, a beautiful disaster of our own making. And just as the blade meets flesh, I take a breath, a fleeting moment of hope flickering in the depths of despair. The world spins on, always turning, always whispering the tales of those who fell, fought, and loved under the indifferent gaze of the stars. Chapter 27, 27. The 1815 election, political maneuvering. The clock struck midnight, its echo reverberating through the damp, unlit streets of London, where shadows flickered like the memories of those who had once strolled these very paths. I remember the chill in the air, the kind that crept beneath your skin and whispered unwelcome thoughts, a constant reminder that the city was alive with secrets, and none more dangerous than the one swirling around the 1815 election. The stakes were high as the stakes got in a world where ambition clawed at the very fabric of loyalty. Henry stood in the alley, heart pounding, breath hitching in his throat. The shadows danced around him as if taunting his every move. He was a man torn between the weight of duty and the relentless pull of desire, desire for power, for respect, for a sense of belonging among the elite. "What have I done?" he whispered to the darkness, a question that hung heavy in the night. He could feel the ghosts of his past standing behind him, each one whispering a different tale of betrayal, honor, and the price of ambition. Then there was Clara, the flame-haired woman whose fiery spirit enchanted all who crossed her path. I remember her laughter, a sound that could lift the heaviest heart, even as she clutched her chest at the swirling chaos of the election. But laughter was a mask, wasn't it? Beneath that playful exterior churned a tempest of emotion. She had sacrificed her own dreams for Henry's ambition, even as the weight of her own aspirations clawed at her insides. "I am not just a pawn," she'd cry in the silence of her room, words sharp as daggers, echoing against the cold walls. Yet the reality was that in this brutal game of politics, they were all players, and she was losing not just the game but pieces of herself. The air felt electric, charged with a frenzy of hope and despair. The streets buzzed with whispers of alliances crafted in dimly lit taverns and promises made in shadows. I could feel the tension tightening around the city like a noose, each breath a reminder of the storm that was brewing. The election was more than just a contest for power, it was a crucible of dreams and nightmares, a place where friendships were forged and shattered. And then there was Charles, the rival, whose cunning smile masked an ambition as dark as a winter's night. I remember meeting him at the market, his words smooth as silk, wrapping around the unsuspecting like a warm embrace. "Henry is a fool," he'd said, eyes glinting with malicious delight. "He plays the game, but he doesn't know the rules." Every word dripped with venom, and I could feel the tension thrum between them, electric and alive. Charles had a way of making you question your very essence, planting seeds of doubt that sprouted like weeds in Henry's mind. "Are you willing to lose everything?" Clara demanded one evening, her voice barely a whisper as they stood on the brink of something irrevocable. "Your heart, your soul, this charade is consuming you." Her hands trembled, caught between passion and fear. I could see the tears pooling in her eyes, bright and defiant, and it made me ache for her, a fierce warrior, yet so vulnerable. The weight of their unspoken love hung between them, heavy with unexpressed longing. As the election drew closer, the tension mounted. I remember the night of the debate, the air was thick with the promise of conflict, the room alive with the buzz of anxious chatter. The flickering candlelight cast shadows that danced on the walls, creating phantoms of the past that echoed their fears and desires. Henry stood on that stage, a figure carved from stone, yet I knew the tempest within him. He could feel the weight of Clara's gaze, piercing through the veneer of confidence he wore like armor. "Think of the people," he implored, voice trembling with a mix of passion and desperation. "Think of what we can build together." But all I could see were the cracks forming in his facade, the vulnerability that threatened to unravel the man he fought so hard to be. The audience was a sea of faces, each one hungry for change, yet unaware of the scars that accompanied it. And then, in that moment of truth, I remember the silence that fell, the kind that envelops you before a storm breaks. Clara's heart raced, caught in the crossfire of her love for Henry and her distaste for the ambition that consumed him. Watching him stand there, I could feel her conflict deep within me, a raw, palpable thing that resonated with my own fears. As the debate raged on, Charles seized the moment, his words like daggers slicing through the air. "You think you're a savior, but you're merely a boy playing at politics," his voice taunted, each syllable biting. The room erupted, tension soaring to dizzying heights as Henry's confidence wavered, his resolve cracking like ice underfoot. I could almost taste the desperation in the air as Clara's hands clenched into fists, her nails biting into her palms, blood pooling as she fought to stay rooted in the moment. "You can't let him win," she mouthed, her eyes pleading. But the stakes were higher than she realized. This was a battle not just for a position, but for the very essence of who they were. The clock told ominously, a constant reminder that time was slipping away. As the night wore on, it felt as if the city itself held its breath, waiting for the eruption that was bound to follow. With every heartbeat, every flicker of candlelight, I felt the intensity building, a storm brewing on the horizon, ready to unleash its fury. But in that moment, in the heart of chaos, I remembered something. Hope is a fragile thing, often lost in the depths of despair. Yet, it flickered like a candle in the darkness, and I could see it reflected in Clara's eyes as they braved the storm together. Their love, their ambition, their betrayal, it all swirled together, a tempest of emotion that threatened to consume them. The night was far from over, and as the election loomed closer, the world outside would not wait. Each pulse of the city echoed the heartbeat of a nation on the brink, caught between the past and an uncertain future. And I stood witness to it all, heart aching for the characters entwined in this political dance, knowing that every choice they made would ripple through time, leaving echoes that would never fade. The sun hung low, casting eerie shadows that danced like ghosts upon the cobblestone streets of Paris, a city swathed in unease. The air simmered with tension, thick enough to cut with a dull blade. Louis, the young king, stood at the edge of a precipice, his heart racing with the weight of a crown that felt tighter than a noose around his neck. He could almost hear the whispers from the shadows, taunting him, reminding him of his failures, his naivete. How many times had he thought himself invincible? How many dreams of glory had turned to ash in the unforgiving winds of reality? Just beyond the towering walls of the palace, crowds gathered, their faces a tapestry of desperation and anger. They were hungry. They were tired. They were ready to rise. And in their eyes, Louis saw the reflection of his own fear, a boy playing king, a boy who had inherited a kingdom on the brink of collapse, drowning in debt, suffocating under the weight of expectations that felt as insurmountable as the heavens themselves. I remember the chill that crept up my spine that day, how the sound of distant murmurs transformed into a deafening roar inside my head. I remember the way the sky darkened, not with clouds but with the spectre of revolt. I had always dreamed of being more than just a figurehead, a puppet on strings controlled by the whims of nobles and clergy. I wanted to be a king, a real king. But as the reality of my situation sank in, I understood that kings often wear masks forged of iron and sorrow. Marie, my faithful confidante, stood beside me, her eyes blazing with a fierce determination that ignited a flicker of hope in my chest, even as despair clenched at my throat. She was a flame against the shadows, an indomitable spirit wrapped in layers of silk and ambition. But even she seemed to waver, her resolve cracking under the strain of my impending decisions that could very well unravel us both. "We can't let them take everything from us, Louis," she whispered, her voice steady yet laced with an urgency that sent chills down my spine. And then there was Etienne, my brother in arms, my friend. His heart was a battlefield of conflicting loyalties. He stood at the edge of rebellion, torn between the desire for change and the loyalty to the blood that connected us. "Every moment we wait, they grow bolder," he urged, urgency threading through his words like an iron wire. I could see the conflict in his eyes, the fear that echoed my own. "But what if they rise against us instead?" My voice trembled, a quiet echo of terror reflected in the depths of his gaze. I remember the day we forged our plans in hushed tones behind closed doors. The smell of sweat and fear mingled with the scent of ink and parchment, our fate inked in shaky letters. Each word felt like a weight on my soul. The Second Treaty of Paris was looming, a spectre hanging over us, a promise of peace that felt as fragile as glass. But peace was a fleeting dream, and the ghosts of betrayal danced in the corners of my mind. I could feel the walls closing in, a suffocating embrace that threatened to consume us whole. The night before the treaty was to be signed, I lay in bed, the moonlight drenching the room in silver. I was a boy again, trapped in a world of nightmares, shadows creeping along the walls like silent predators. I remember the chaos of my thoughts, a whirlwind of doubt and regret. The echoes of laughter and celebration outside felt mocking, a reminder of the life I had yet to truly live. Love? Joy? Those were distant shores, and I was adrift on a tempestuous sea of turmoil. Marie appeared, her silhouette framed by the moon, a vision of strength and desire. "You must believe in yourself, Louis," she urged, words dripping with the weight of her own dreams. The space around us crackled with tension, two souls clashing against the universe's indifference. But how could I? How could I believe I was worthy of the crown when the very kingdom I ruled was crumbling into dust? As dawn broke, the light spilled into the room, illuminating the shadows that had haunted me all night. The distant sounds of the city reminded me that time was slipping away, each tick of the clock echoing like a heartbeat. I had decisions to make, alliances to forge, and a kingdom to save. Yet, as I stood before the mirror, the reflection staring back was a stranger, a boy burdened by the weight of history. I don't remember the moment I stepped into the grand hall, but I remember the silence that fell like a shroud. Faces turned toward me, eyes filled with a mixture of hope and despair, expectations hanging heavy in the air. I could almost taste the tension, bitter and sharp, like metal on my tongue. Etienne stood at my side, a steady presence, but I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes. He was waiting for me to falter, to stumble. And then I saw her, the voice of rebellion, the woman who had captured the hearts of many. Her gaze burned into mine, a challenge wrapped in vulnerability, and in that moment, I felt the weight of her dreams colliding with my own. Would I rise to meet them? Or would I let the flames of revolution consume us all? In that instant, the world around me faded, and all I could hear was the drum of my heart, pounding a chaotic rhythm. The second treaty loomed ahead, a fragile promise of unity, yet beneath it simmered the unrest of a people willing to shatter the chains of oppression. I felt the cracks widening, felt the ground shifting beneath my feet, and as I opened my mouth to speak, I knew this was it. This was the moment where everything would change forever. The shadows were closing in, but I would not be extinguished. I would stand, not just as a king but as a man, a flawed, uncertain man facing the tempest that threatened to swallow him whole. The battle for Paris was about to begin, and I would not step back. I would fight with every ounce of strength, with every beat of my heart, no matter the cost. I remember that feeling, the pulse of history coursing through my veins, the echo of countless souls who had stood before me, who had risen and fallen, who had dared to dream. And as the voices of the crowd swelled in the distance, I took a deep breath, ready to plunge into the storm. The limits of my resolve would be tested, but I would not cower. I would confront the tempest head-on, for I was Louis, and this was my moment. The candle flickered, its flame a desperate dancer in the oppressive stillness of the dimly lit chamber. Shadows wove themselves into grotesque forms, twisting over the faded tapestries, echoing the turmoil inside. Louis XVIII lay propped against the mountain of pillows, his breath rasping like the creaking of an ancient door on its hinges. The room was heavy with the scent of wax and a hint of decay, a silent testament to the encroaching gloom. I remember the moment time seemed to suspend itself, an eerie hush that clung to the air. The clock on the mantel ticked, a metronome of impending doom, each second a reminder of the life slipping away. I stood there, heart thudding like a war drum, watching as the king's eyes fluttered open, revealing pools of anguish and resignation. It struck me how a man who once commanded armies, whose name echoed through grand halls and soaring cathedrals, now lay a mere shadow of himself, crumbling like an ancient ruin. Around him stood the figures of men shaped by loyalty and fear. The first was the Duke of Angoulême, a gaunt figure with the weight of expectation etched into his weary brow. His hands trembled, betraying the storm brewing within. I could see it, the clash of love and duty, the suffocating pressure to uphold the legacy of a king whose reign was as fragile as the flickering flame. "You must hold on, father," he urged, his voice cracking, raw with emotion that lay just beneath the surface, desperate to spill forth into the stillness. "The country needs you." But Louis's gaze drifted, lost in a haze of memories and glimpses of what was once a vibrant world, now a sepulchre of regrets. "A country built on blood and dreams," he murmured, his voice barely a whisper, as if speaking the words would shatter the fragile peace. I sensed the ghosts of past glories hovering around him, their presence both haunting and comforting, a cacophony of triumphs and tragedies swirling in the silence. Then there was Madame Royal, his daughter, a fierce spirit caught between duty and despair. She stood at the foot of the bed, her arms crossed as if to shield herself from the harsh reality unraveling before her. "I cannot watch you suffer like this," she breathed, the words a dagger cloaked in silk. "You are the heart of this nation. Fight." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet there was a flicker of defiance in her stance, an ember refusing to be extinguished. "Fight." Louis's laughter was a brittle thing, echoing against the walls like a ghost's lament. "I have fought long enough." "For what?" He closed his eyes, the weight of existence pressing down on him, and I felt the room contract, the very air thick with despair. The memory of the guillotine flashed before my eyes, a cold metal grin in the streets of Paris, a reminder of the fragility of power. "I am but a relic, my dear." Each word was a knife, slicing through the pretense of hope, and I could feel the tension coil tighter, a noose tightening around all our throats. The shadows danced on the walls, whispering secrets of lost dreams, and I was caught in this tempest of emotion, the futile struggle against fate, the sorrow of inevitability. Madame Royal stepped forward, her voice trembling yet resolute. "You are not just a relic. You are our king." She reached out, grasping his hand, frail and thin, as if her touch could tether him to the earth, to life, to the very pulse of the nation. "You must have faith. Hold on for us." But Louis's eyes, clouded with pain, seemed to drift toward the window, where the moon hung heavy in the night sky, a pale sentinel watching over a world unaware of the turmoil within these walls. "Faith? Faith is a cruel mistress," he said, a shiver of despair flickering through his words. I have buried too many dreams beneath the weight of this crown. In that moment, the silence shattered, the atmosphere electric with unspoken fears. The Duke's hands clenched into fists at his sides, his jaw set. You can't give up. You owe it to us, to France. The desperation spilled over, a dam breaking, and I felt the raw energy of his pleas reverberate through the room. Hope flickered like a dying candle, perilously close to snuffing out. Louis's gaze turned toward his son, who stood in the doorway, a fragile figure cloaked in uncertainty. What legacy do I leave? The question hung in the air, a ghostly whisper that resonated with the weight of history. What will they remember of Louis XVIII? The room felt smaller, stifling, as if the very walls were closing in around us, suffocating in the wake of his words. Time stretched and twisted, a cruel mockery of the moments we clung to so fiercely. I saw the flicker of fear in the Duke's eyes, the desperate clutching at hope, but it felt so fragile, so fleeting. They were bound together in that chamber, a family trapped in the twilight of a reign, and I could feel their collective heartbeat, a rhythm of despair and longing. Please, come back to us, Madame Royal whispered, her voice trembling like a fragile thread on the verge of snapping. The shadows seemed to thicken, swirling around, absorbing the last remnants of light. The night was heavy with foreboding, a looming spectre hanging over them, whispering of what was to come. In that moment, I felt the world outside fade, the distant sounds of a city bustling with life starkly juxtaposed against the stillness of the room. The clock ticked on, indifferent to the anguish unfolding within those walls, reminding us all of the relentless march of time. Each second brought us closer to a final goodbye, a breath away from the void. And as Louis turned his gaze back toward the flickering flame, I felt the weight of inevitability settle around us. The shadows grew bolder, the air thick with unfulfilled dreams and unspoken words. I could almost hear the echoes of the past, each memory a ghost haunting the edges of consciousness, demanding to be acknowledged, to be remembered. In that pregnant silence, I knew. This was not just a moment of death, it was the moment of reckoning. The culmination of a life lived in the balance of power, love, and loss. The heartbeats of a family intertwined, echoing against the walls, a haunting symphony of despair and hope. And as the candle flickered one last time, casting a final glow over the frail figure of the king, I felt the room inhale, holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable. Each second stretched into eternity, a fragile pause in the symphony of life. In that silence, the shadows whispered their secrets, and the night deepened, a shroud cloaking all that lay beneath. The night hung heavy with anticipation, a leaden blanket smothering the flickering candles in the grand hall of Versailles. Shadows danced on the walls like anxious spirits, clutching the air thick with suspense. I stood there, heart pounding, every tick of the clock echoing like a cannonball through my chest, time slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. Charles X, the reluctant monarch, was about to take his first steps into the abyss of power, a weighty crown destined to crush those who bore it. I remember the way his hands trembled, not with fear but with the palpable thrill of the abyss, as he adjusted the silver brocade of his coat. He looked so small beneath that gilded ceiling, a fragile figure in a world of monstrous expectations. I felt a pang of empathy, a surge of warmth. He was just a man, chained by a legacy stitched with the threads of failure, longing to be more than the ghost of a king. The air crackled with the tension of ambition and despair, a tightrope strung over chasms of doubt. And then there was Lucy, his sister, radiant but shadowed, watching from the periphery. I could see the way her eyes glistened with unshed tears, a tempest of pride and worry swirling within her heart. They had shared a life of fleeting happiness, of whispered dreams and midnight confessions. Now, each heartbeat felt like a countdown, and I could almost hear the silent scream of her soul. Will he embrace the darkness, or let it consume him? She clutched the edges of her gown, the fabric a mockery of the elegance she couldn't fully inhabit. She didn't want to be here, not in this gilded cage where ambition twisted like a viper. But loyalty anchored her to his side, a ship tethered to a sinking vessel. "Be brave, Charles," she whispered, the words trembling on her lips. "You must not falter." But he faltered. How could he not? The spectre of revolution loomed outside the palace gates, a restless beast feral and hungry. I remember the whispers swirling through the courtiers like a deadly perfume, sweet yet suffocating. The people are restless, They'd say, the old ways must yield, it's time for change. Charles's face darkened, shadows pooling in the hollows of his cheeks. He was caught in a tempest of his own making, torn between the duties of a king and the heart of a brother. I saw his resolve crack beneath the pressure as he turned to Lucy, eyes pleading. What if I fail? A silence spilled between them, thick and suffocating. Her heart ached, longing to shield him, to tell him he was more than the sum of his fears. But she knew there were no comforting lies to be whispered in this moment. Instead, she reached for his hand, a bridge across the chasm of uncertainty. Then we face it together, she breathed, and the sincerity of her words struck me like a bolt of lightning. But outside, the night screamed with the restless energy of the waiting masses. The shadows of history loomed large, a tapestry woven with blood and betrayal. The distant roar of discontent echoed through the palace walls, an ominous symphony that crescendoed with each passing second. Charles's breath quickened, and I felt the tremor of his heartbeat reverberating through the room. "Do you hear them?" he said, voice a ragged whisper. "Do you hear the ghosts of those who came before me, urging me to rise or fall?" In that moment, I felt the weight of history pressing down, a relentless reminder that power is but an illusion, a fragile thread in the fabric of time. The room felt alive, vibrating with the echoes of their past, the laughter, the cries, the desperate prayers of those who had walked this treacherous path. I remember the murmurs of the courtiers, their eyes glinting like steel in the dim light, weighing Charles like a piece of meat for the slaughter. They were predators, hungry for weakness, ready to pounce on a faltering king. "Let him fail," they whispered, "so we may feast on his ruin." And then, the door burst open, a gust of cold air sweeping in like a harbinger of doom. The king's council stormed into the room, their faces carved from stone, eyes glinting with ambition. "Your Majesty," they intoned, their voices echoing in my ears, "it is time." Time. What an abstract concept, an endless loop of moments folding into one another, stretching and compressing like a heartbeat quickening with fear. I felt the walls closing in, the air thickening, suffocating. Lucy's grip tightened on Charles's hand, and suddenly, the room was caught in a vortex of emotions, hope, fear, love, and despair swirling into a maelstrom that threatened to consume us all. "Stand tall," she urged, her voice the balm his soul craved. "Let them see your strength." Strength. A cruel joke in a world painted by shadows and doubt. I could see the storm brewing within him, a tempest of yearning and terror. He was not just claiming a throne, he was stepping into the void, a fragile figure swaying on the edge of a precipice, teetering between glory and annihilation. As the council pressed closer, I caught a glimpse of the man beneath the crown, a desperate soul, trembling beneath the weight of expectation. The shadows of doubt whispered insidiously in his ear, reminding him of his failures, the ghosts of the past mocking him from the corners of his mind. And in that moment, I saw him wrestle with those phantoms, the anger and sorrow warring within him like demons unleashed. The air was thick with tension, each breath a currency of fear and hope, as the council awaited his decision, their eyes glowing with insatiable hunger. The clock ticked louder, each second a reminder of the fragility of power. Charles X stood at the crossroads, his path unclear, a heavy crown resting upon his brow, the weight of history pressing down, a relentless reminder that choices made in the dark can birth legacies or ruin empires. Outside, the night was alive with uncertainty, the voices of the people rising like a tide, ready to engulf him. The fissures of change crackled in the air, what awaited at dawn? The heart pounded in my chest, a reflection of his own, as the balance of the kingdom quivered on the knife's edge. The moment stretched, an eternity captured in the fragile glass of time, teetering between despair and hope. I felt the collective breath of the universe, holding its ground, waiting. The shadows clung to the walls, alive and watchful, as Charles dipped his head slightly, the fire igniting in his eyes. He took a step forward, toward his destiny, toward the precipice, toward the unfolding chaos, and I knew then, this was only the beginning. The night was heavy with unspoken words, silence stretching like a taut wire ready to snap. The flickering candlelight cast long shadows across the walls, each flicker a reminder of what was lost and what remained. In the heart of Paris, a city pregnant with the weight of history, Louis XVIII sat upon a throne that felt more like a guillotine than a seat of power. Outside, the whispers of the revolution still echoed, rusting in the minds of the people like old iron. Fear gripped the air like a vice, squeezing the breath from the lungs of every citizen. They had long learned to temper their hopes, to tread lightly upon dreams, for the ghosts of the past had not yet been laid to rest. In the corner of a dimly lit room, Marie watched as the world outside passed her by, a blur of muted colors and hushed conversations. A heart so full of ache, she couldn't remember the last time she'd felt truly alive. She was a woman torn between loyalty and despair, her heart a battlefield where love for the monarchy clashed violently against the haunting memories of loss, the blood-stained streets of '93, the laughter of children snuffed out by revolution's cruel hand. They bathed once a year. So yeah, romance was earthy, she would joke, attempting to lift the weight of despair that anchored her soul. But the laughter never truly reached her eyes, they were pools of haunted memories, glistening with unshed tears. Marie, a voice broke through the dark, and she turned to see Philippe, a man whose very presence stirred a tempest within her. He was her lover, a poet with dreams as vast as the night sky, yet weighed down by the gravity of reality. His eyes were a stormy sea, shimmering with secrets and shadows. "We cannot live in the past," he murmured, his voice a blend of urgency and conviction. "Louis may be a ghost of a king, but he is our king. Can you not see the hope in his return?" But hope felt like a lie, a cruel jest in a world where laughter had been silenced. She remembered the way the air had tasted after the fall of Robespierre, thick with the promise of a new dawn, only to be crushed under the weight of disillusionment as Louis' restoration promised little more than the return of the old guard. "You speak of hope as if it were a gift," she replied, bitterness curling her words. "But hope is a fragile thing, Philippe. Look outside. Can you not hear their whispers? They speak of revolution still, the ghosts of the past stirring in their beds." Philippe's brows furrowed, and his frustration danced on the edge of his voice. "And what do you suggest? That we cower in fear? That we forget who we are?" The tension crackled in the air, charged like electricity before a storm. "Louis is trying to mend what is broken. We owe him that much." The truth of his words struck her like a bolt from the blue. She wanted to believe, to feel the warmth of assurance wrap around her like a beloved cloak. But shadows lingered in the corners of her heart, and the memories of execution, pestilence, and despair were not easily banished. "He sits upon a throne built of bones, Philippe. What is left of our loyalty?" She could feel the cracks spreading through her spirit, fear blooming like dark flowers in her chest. And so their argument spiraled, words sharp enough to cut, emotions raw and bleeding. Outside, the moon glinted off the cobblestones, casting a silvery sheen over the ruins of dreams. The night held its breath, waiting for the crescendo of their fears to break the stillness. Amidst the turmoil, a sudden knock shattered the fragile peace between them. The door creaked open, revealing a figure cloaked in shadow, Duchess Eloise, a woman whose elegance belied her fierce loyalty to the crown. The glimmer of cunning danced in her eyes, a predator prowling through the night. "You both speak of loyalty," she began, her voice smooth as silk, yet laced with venom. "But loyalty is a fickle mistress, is it not? Today, we stand united, but the winds of change are swift. Tomorrow, who knows? Who among us will still claim to wear the colors of the king?" Marie felt a chill crawl up her spine. The weight of Eloise's insinuations hung in the air, oppressive and thick. She closed her eyes, allowing the darkness to envelop her, to shield her from the harsh truths that swirled around them. "I remember the laughter of children in the streets, the joy of untainted hope," Marie whispered, her voice trembling. "But now? Now, I hear the whispers of ghosts, and they speak of blood." Philippe stepped forward, his eyes blazing with defiance. "And what do you propose, Eloise? That we abandon our king to the vultures circling above? That we turn our backs on a chance for redemption?" The tension crackled, a volatile mixture of fear, anger, and desperation. "Redemption?" Eloise's laughter echoed, a haunting melody that reverberated through the walls. "Redemption is a delusion, my dear Philippe. You cling to a fading dream while the reality of our existence is a nightmare. Louis XVIII may sit upon that throne, but he is merely a puppet, and the strings? They are held by those who care not for the past. Marie felt the ground shifting beneath her, the very fabric of her beliefs unraveling before her. The moon hung low in the sky, a witness to their turmoil, to the raw intensity of their struggles. She looked between Philippe and Eloise, her heart torn in two. Could hope truly be reborn from ashes, or were they simply dust in the wind, destined to scatter and fade into oblivion? In that moment, the clock struck midnight, its chime echoing through the city like a funeral dirge. Time, relentless and indifferent, marched on, dragging them into an uncertain future. Fear whispered promises of betrayal, love clashed against the cold steel of reality. Outside, the city breathed, alive with revolution, while inside, each heartbeat echoed the tumult of their souls. And just as Marie thought she could bear the weight no longer, a spark ignited in her heart, a flicker of defiance. "If we are to be ghosts in this life," she declared, her voice steady and resolute, "then let us haunt the halls of power. Let us not fade into the shadows." The candle flickered, shadows dancing widely across the walls, and she knew that somewhere between despair and hope lay the path they must tread, a path fraught with danger, but also with possibility. As the night deepened, so did their resolve, the lines between loyalty and rebellion blurred, and the echoes of the past intertwined with the whispers of the future. The air hummed with tension, a storm brewing on the horizon. And in that fragile moment, they stood together, hearts thrumming with the pulse of the city, bound by the history they could not escape but also by the hope they refused to surrender. The clock kept ticking, and the world outside watched and waited, the stage set for the next act in the complex drama of life, a drama where every heartbeat counted, and every breath held the promise of change. The clock struck midnight, its relentless chime reverberating through the stillness of the palace like a heartbeat gone awry. Louis XVIII lay awake, the weight of a kingdom pressing down on his chest, each tick a reminder that time was slipping away, slipping through fingers stained with the blood of revolution. I remember the way the shadows danced eerily across the walls, as if they carried whispers of the past, taunting him with visions of glory and ruin. Would this be the night the ghosts of his brother's execution came to claim him? There was a chill in the air, a foreboding that hung thick like fog. Outside, the winds howled, bringing with them the smell of smoke and ashes, remnants of a France divided. He turned to his faithful companion, the loyal yet troubled Comte de Provence, whose eyes were haunted by dreams of a throne that felt more like a curse. "What if they come for me tonight?" Louis asked, his voice trembling, each word a fragile thread hanging between hope and despair. "I remember," the Comte replied, "the fervor of the crowds, the bloodlust that tore through the city like a tempest. They turned against us once, Louis. They could do so again." His face was a mask of anguish, the kind that rips open the soul and leaves it raw, vulnerable. The Comte had his own ghosts, of promises unfulfilled, of loyalty that felt like chains. They were trapped, two men caught in the web of history, the blinding light of ambition casting long shadows. Louis longed for a moment of clarity, a vision of the man he wanted to be, but all he saw was the specter of his predecessors, kings who had fallen, one by one, like dominoes, each echoing the inevitable fate that awaited him. "Do you remember," he pressed, desperation tinging his words, "when it was all so simple? When the dreams of power were just dreams, not nightmares?" The Comte looked away, unable to meet his brother's gaze. "I remember the laughter," he murmured, his voice cracking. "The laughter of our childhood, the endless summer days. But those days are gone, Louis. They died the moment the guillotine became a symbol of justice." Together, they stood upon the precipice of despair. The palace felt like a tomb, echoing with the laughter of long-dead courtiers, and yet, amidst the echoes, they could hear the shouts of the people below, cries for freedom, cries for blood. The city, France itself, was a cauldron of fury and hope, passion and pain, teetering on the brink of chaos. But then there was Marie, her presence cutting through the darkness like a shard of light. A woman of fierce resolve and even fiercer dreams, she moved through the halls with a grace that belied the turmoil surrounding them. "They see you as a relic, Louis," she said, folding her arms, her eyes blazing with conviction. "A remnant of a past they wish to bury. But you can be more than that. You must be more." "I cannot change the past," he replied, frustration lacing his tone. "I wear the crown of a man who lost everything." How can I lead a nation that despises me? By reminding them of what was lost, she whispered, her breath a warm ghost against his skin. By showing them what they can have again. He watched as she leaned against the window, the moon casting shadows across her face, illuminating the determination etched in her brow. The world outside was a battleground, torn between ideologies, yet here she was, a beacon of hope amidst the madness. Yet, deep inside, Louis felt the fear clawing at his heart. Could he be the man she believed him to be, or was he merely a puppet in a tragic play, destined for a grim finale? "Do you ever think of the future?" he asked suddenly, a tremor in his voice. "What will they write about us?" "About me? I think of a future where we rise from the ashes," Marie replied fiercely. "Where we become the architects of our destiny, not the victims of it. But that future requires courage. It requires sacrifice." And in that moment, the weight of their choices settled upon them like a heavy cloak. The past, present, and future intertwined, a tapestry woven with threads of joy and sorrow, ambition and disillusionment. They stood at the crossroads of history, each heartbeat echoing the urgency of their decisions. But as the night deepened, darkness began to seep into the cracks of their resolve. Louis felt the icy grip of dread wrapping around his throat like a noose. What if he failed? What if the flames of revolution consumed them all? Questions spiraled like a storm, threatening to drown him in despair. And then, the noise grew louder, the chants of the people outside, a relentless tide rising against the gates of the palace. "They come for you," the Comte exclaimed, a mixture of fear and defiance lighting his eyes. "What will you do?" Louis drew a deep breath, the air thick with the weight of history. "I will not hide," he declared, though doubt clung to his words. "I will face them." Marie stepped closer, the fire in her gaze igniting something within him. "Then let us face them together," she urged, her voice steady and fierce. "For if we fall, let us fall as one." The clock continued its merciless ticking, each second a reminder that time was not on their side. The world outside roared, a tumultuous sea of voices demanding justice, revenge, and perhaps, a glimmer of hope. Louis felt the pulse of history surging beneath his skin, a reminder that every action echoed through time. And as he stepped toward the window, heart racing, I could almost hear the whispers of the past beckoning him forward. The stakes were high, the air electric with possibility. The confrontation loomed ahead, a tempest ready to consume them. In that moment, just as the first light of dawn began to filter through the darkness, Louis stood ready, not just as a king, but as a man aware of his own fragility. The tension hung thick in the air, a fragile thread that connected them all, threatening to snap at any moment. In the twilight that enveloped them, the shadows lengthened, and the ghosts of their choices awaited their reckoning, each heartbeat a reminder that this was only the beginning. No conclusions, no certainties, just a world teetering on the edge, caught in the timeless web of human emotion. And as they stepped into the light, the weight of their legacy lingered, a haunting promise yet to be fulfilled. The clock struck midnight, its haunting chime slicing through the stillness of the palace corridors. Shadows danced along the walls, flickering like memories caught in a storm. Louis XVIII sat in silence, his heart a caged bird, thrumming against the bars of despair. The weight of a crown, once a symbol of power, felt more like a noose tightening around his weary neck. He was not merely a king, he was a reluctant spectre, paralyzed by the spectre of his predecessors, their triumphs and failures echoing in the hollow chambers of his mind. I remember the laughter in the court, the opulence that sparkled like a freshly uncorked bottle of champagne, sweet, effervescent, yet ultimately hollow. Kings have come and gone in this grand theater of life, each leaving behind a tapestry of glory, betrayal, and madness. I remember the tales of Louis XIV, the Sun King, whose very name ignited the hearts of men and women alike, a blazing star whose shadow stretched far and wide, leaving Louis XVIII shivering in the cold twilight of his own shortcomings. What was he but a pale reflection of that grandeur, a man who wore his lineage like a shroud rather than a mantle of pride? And then there was the spectre of Charles I, a king who danced too close to the flames of rebellion, his head separated from his body as if it were merely a prop in some macabre play. I remember the guillotine, that insatiable blade that devoured not just flesh but the very essence of hope, and how Louis, in his heart of hearts, feared that his own end could be written in blood-stained ink. The whispers of revolution clung to him like the damp air of a London fog. He could feel them tightening around his throat, squeezing the words from his lips before he could utter them. In this crucible of power, two figures loomed large in his thoughts: Marie Antoinette, his brother's beloved, a queen whose laughter had once cascaded through these very halls, and Napoleon Bonaparte, that tempest of ambition, whose shadow loomed like an eclipse, darkening the very light of monarchy that Louis sought to reclaim. Marie, with her extravagant gowns and tragic end, was a ghost who lingered, a reminder of the fickle nature of adoration. I remember her, a fleeting smile beneath a crown of despair, her trials etched into history like scars on a fallen angel's wings. The people had adored her once, but love is a fickle mistress, and they had stripped her of everything before the blade fell. How could he escape that cursed fate? And Napoleon? Oh, the audacity! A man who had seized the world like a child plucking petals from a flower. A man who had rewritten the rules, asserting that greatness was not a birthright but a conquest. I remember the fire in his eyes, the fierce determination that burned brighter than the sun. Louis couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, though it was jealousy laced with a bitter taste of defeat. Here was a man who had turned the tides of history, while Louis was left to sift through the ashes, trying to reignite a flame that was long extinguished. As the night deepened, the palace felt more like a tomb than a throne. Louis stood at the window, the cool breeze wrapping around him like an old lover's arms, sweet yet bruising. Outside, the city pulsed with life, a cacophony of voices rising like an unholy choir. The people wanted a king who could stir their souls, who could reignite the hope snuffed out by years of tyranny. And what was he to offer them? A half-hearted monarchy, a relic of a bygone era? The weight of failure pressed heavily on his chest, each breath a reminder of his inadequacies. Suddenly, a noise shattered the night, the clatter of hooves, a brittle sound that sent shivers racing down his spine. They were coming, the angry mob, armed with pitchforks and torches, their faces twisted in fury. A tableau of raw emotion, their eyes blazing with a desperate hunger for change. Louis could feel their rage, thick and suffocating, like smoke coiling around him, choking off any last vestiges of hope. They were not just seeking a ruler, they were demanding a reckoning, a severing of the past from the future. In that moment of impending doom, he thought of his predecessors, each one a ghost haunting this palace, their echoes reverberating through time. He was not just a king, he was a custodian of their legacies, their victories, and their failures woven into the very fabric of his existence. I remember their faces, ghostly visages etched in the shadows: Louis XIV, Charles I, Marie Antoinette, Napoleon. They were a chorus of whispers, cautionary tales of ambition and downfall, a chilling reminder that power could be as fleeting as a summer storm. The air crackled with tension as Louis prepared himself for the confrontation. Would he stand tall like his illustrious ancestors or crumble beneath their gaze? A shiver of uncertainty coursed through him. He could almost hear their laughter, mocking his resolve. A king must be more than a name, he must embody the dreams of his people, the hope of a nation. But what if he failed? What if he, too, became a story for the ages, a cautionary tale turned to dust? As the pounding of feet grew louder, as the voices morphed into an uncontainable roar, Louis felt the walls closing in, and a terror surged within him. He was not just a monarch, he was a man on the precipice of history, caught in an unyielding struggle between legacy and existence, haunted by the shadows of those who had walked before him. The night pulsed around him, alive with the echoes of dreams unfulfilled, a reminder that the line between ruler and ruin was impossibly thin, and as he prepared to face the storm, he could only hope that he would not be swept away by the tide of history that seemed so terribly indifferent. The clock struck midnight, its echo reverberating through the empty halls of the Tuileries Palace, each chime a reminder of power, of loss, of the heavy blanket of history weighing down on the shoulders of anyone who dared step into this grand chamber. Shadows flickered as candle flames danced, casting ghostly figures on the walls, silent specters of a revolution that had come and gone, yet lingered like a bad dream, refusing to dissipate. Louis XVIII stood at the balcony, staring into the dark expanse of Paris, that sprawling metropolis alive with whispers of the past, each street corner a memory, each cobblestone a heartbeat. "I remember the night they stormed the Bastille," he murmured, voice quaking with nostalgia and grief. "I remember the taste of fear, sharp as a blade, He could still smell the gunpowder, could still feel the chaos swirling around him, gripping his heart. The scent of revolution remained an unwelcome perfume clinging to his skin, a reminder that he was both king and prisoner, a figure who could not escape the shadows of his ancestry. This was a man crushed beneath the weight of his own lineage, a man who knew that to be a Bourbon was to be burdened by the ghosts of kings before him. And yet, in that moment of solitude, a figure stepped into the dim light, a woman, fierce-eyed and resolute. Her name was Emily, a revolutionary at heart, a woman who carried the weight of her beliefs like armor. "You think melancholy will shape France, cousin?" she challenged, her voice a whip crack in the silence. "Your crown is a gilded cage, and inside it, you only find echoes of a past that does not belong to us. The people demand more than your nostalgia." Her defiance sent a jolt through the air, electric and palpable. Louis turned to face her, a storm brewing in his chest. "What do you know of the past, Emily? You speak of ideals as if they were tangible, but memories are the true currency of a nation. Without them, we are lost." The tension hung thick between them, a palpable thing, as the city outside throbbed with life, while inside the palace, time felt warped, stretched thin. And then there was Jacques, a soldier turned poet, a man who had fought for the revolution, who had bled for the dream of a republic. He stood at the foot of the grand staircase, torn between the loyalty to the ideals of liberty and the kinship he felt with his king. "Your Majesty," he implored, the title tumbling from his lips like an uneasy afterthought. "I fought for the people. I gave my life for a France reborn, yet here you are, wallowing in memories while the future crumbles around us. You must choose, are you a king of the past or a leader for the present?" Words sliced through the air, raw and jagged. Louis could feel the weight of the throne pressing down on him, a chair of thorns, and for the first time, he questioned the path set before him. Each heartbeat echoed in his ears, a pulse of uncertainty. The revolution had stoked the embers of change, yet here he was, an unwilling steward of a bygone era. "What do you know of being a king?" he whispered, almost to himself. "It's a mantle that chokes, that suffocates in its own heritage. I am but a ghost of what once was." The city outside roared with the fervor of the people, their cries weaving a tapestry of hope and despair. Emily's fiery spirit clashed with Louis's melancholia, and Jacques' poetic soul hovered between them, a bridge built on fractured dreams. The air felt electric, charged with the weight of their conflicting dreams, and the clock continued its relentless ticking, a reminder that time was never on anyone's side. "France is not a shadow of its past," Emily pressed, stepping closer, her voice low and fierce, as if she could ignite the spark within him. "It is a canvas waiting for the brush of our hands. You can choose to paint it with the colors of liberty, equality, and fraternity, or you can let it fester in the sepulchre of nostalgia." The passion in her words was intoxicating, a call to arms for a heart that had grown weary. Louis felt the pull of her fervor, the way she painted visions with her words, dreams woven from the fabric of the future, shimmering on the edge of reality. Yet, the ghosts of the past gripped him tighter, shadows that whispered of betrayal, of the guillotine waiting for the unwary. "You think I am blind to their suffering," he snapped, the vulnerability in his voice cloaked by anger. "This crown I wear is heavy with the blood of my kin. I carry a burden that none but me can understand." And in that moment, Jack stepped forward, eyes blazing with conviction. "You are not alone, Your Majesty. We are all bound by the sins of our history." His voice quivered, threading through the tension like a lifeline. "Let us forge a new identity together. Let us reshape what it means to be French in this moment of darkness. The people crave your leadership, but you must lead with your heart, not just your title." Paris pulsed beneath them, alive with dreams and despair, the cries of the people resonating through the night air. Each heartbeat echoed in unison with the rhythm of change, and in that charged silence, Louis felt a flicker of something he hadn't felt in years, a glimmer of hope, a promise of rebirth. As he looked out into the night, a tear slipped down his cheek, tracing a path down the lineage of a man caught between shadows and light. "I remember," he started, the words catching in his throat. "I remember the day I returned from exile, the streets filled with anger, with joy, with uncertainty. But the past was a ghost that would not let go." The clock continued to tick, counting down the moments until a decision had to be made. A choice that would shape not just Louis's identity, but but the very essence of what it meant to be French, a thread in the tapestry of time, a flicker in the vastness of the cosmos, pulsing with the weight of every heart that beat in the shadow of the crown. And the night stretched on, heavy with unspoken promises, their destinies entwined in the warmth of hope, in the chill of remembrance. The air crackled between them, a prelude to the storm that would come, weaving chaos and unity into the fabric of a nation on the brink. The hall was thick with a silence that hummed like a plucked string, vibrating with the weight of unspoken words. Shadows danced across the stone walls, flickering with the flames of torches, each flicker a heartbeat, each heartbeat a reminder of what lay ahead. I stood there, in the midst of the chaos, feeling the pulse of tension as voices slipped through gritted teeth. The echoes of discontent wrapped around me like a heavy cloak, suffocating yet intoxicating. I remember the scent of sweat and fear mingling with the air thick with incense. It clung to my skin, a phantom whisper of impending doom. In the center of this charged atmosphere was Alice, her face a mask of defiance, eyes blazing like twin stars ready to explode. She was a firebrand, a soul too wild to be contained, yet here she stood, shackled by the weight of her loyalty to the crown. "He's lost his way," she hissed, each word a dagger aimed at the heart of the man who claimed to rule with wisdom. "This is not the kingdom we swore to protect." Her fingers trembled, a flicker of uncertainty in an otherwise fierce resolve. Across the room, curled in shadows, was Sir Cedric, a knight whose armor had grown tarnished, not from battles fought but from a soul worn thin by doubt. I watched him, heart pounding, as he leaned against the cold stone, his gaze lost in the flickering shadows. "What choice do we have?" he murmured, the question hanging heavy, like the blade of an executioner's axe poised above a prisoner's neck. "Do we rise against him, against our kin? The cost?" His voice trailed off into silence, the echo of his unspoken fears lingering like a ghost. I remember feeling it, the weight of history bearing down, the specter of past rebellions whispering through the cracks in the walls. The very air around us crackled as if holding its breath, waiting for the storm to break. Ayla stepped closer, her voice a silken whisper, "If we do nothing, Cedric, we are complicit. The crown wears a mask of righteousness, but underneath, it rots. Can you not see?" Her desperation clawed at me, each word a plea, a challenge spiraling into the void. "Rots," I repeated under my breath, savoring the bitterness of the word. It tasted like ash on my tongue, a reminder of how deeply the roots of power could intertwine with decay. The throne was a pedestal of dreams turned nightmares, a place where hope and despair danced a macabre waltz under a cloak of gold. Shadows loomed larger, and I could almost hear the whispers of those who had vanished into the night, their cries swallowed by the very darkness they had once sought to illuminate. And there he was, our king. He entered like a spectre, the air shifting with his presence, a tempest contained within the fragile shell of a man. His crown gleamed, a cruel parody of triumph, yet the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes betrayed him. "What is this unrest?" His voice boomed, echoing off the cold stones, yet it was laced with a tremor that hinted at his own fear. It was the question all kings ask when the ground beneath them begins to quake. Ayla stepped forward, a resolve forged in the fires of discontent. "Your reign is a shadow, my lord," she shot back, each syllable a bolt of lightning, threatening to strike. "You've lost the trust of the very people you claim to protect. Your decisions bleed us dry." Silence fell, thick and suffocating, as every breath in the room caught like a trapped bird. I watched, breathless, as Sir Cedric's hands clenched into fists, the knuckles white with the strain of his internal battle. He was torn, a warrior at a crossroads, caught between loyalty to his king and the haunting whispers of his conscience. "Alice, you risk too much," he warned, his voice barely a whisper, brimming with a silent plea. "Rebellion is a path paved with blood." I remember how the tension swelled, thickening like storm clouds, a tempest brewing just beneath the surface. Alice turned to him, her eyes fierce, igniting a spark that seemed to light the very air. "And what of our blood, Cedric? What of the innocent lives crushed under the weight of his decisions? Will you stand by and let him drown us all?" The king's gaze flickered between them, a predator caught in the crosshairs of a moral dilemma, and for a moment, the whole chamber stood still, time stretching as the weight of their confrontation crystallized in the air. I felt it too, the pressure building, a ticking clock echoing in my ears, the inevitability of the moment crashing like waves against a fragile shore. The whispers of ghosts echoed in the recesses of my mind, memories of betrayals, of blood spilled for the sake of power. I could almost see them, specters lingering in the corners, threads of the past weaving through the fabric of our present. I felt the history of our lineage pressing down, a tapestry stained with regrets and the haunting cries of those who had come before. "Cedric, stand with me," Alice implored, her voice a siren song, but I could see the shadows of doubt creeping across his face. He was caught in a tempest of loyalty and morality, the winds of history howling in his ears. I could feel the tide turning, the scales tipping, and my heart raced with the thrill of uncertainty. And then, with a voice that could shatter stone, the king roared, "You dare question me? You know nothing of sacrifice." His face twisted in fury, yet beneath the facade, I glimpsed the raw vulnerability, an emperor afraid of losing everything. The echoes of his past failures resonated through the hall, a symphony of sorrow that made my skin crawl. "Sacrifice?" Alice scoffed, the fire in her eyes unwavering, defiance wrapped around her like a shroud. "Is that what you call this? Sacrifice is not living in luxury while the rest of us wither away." With each word, I felt the tension rise, a tangible force, a whirlwind of emotion swirling, pulling us deeper into the vortex of conflict. I could see the ghosts of those who had fought, those who had died, rising from the shadows, urging us to act, to resist, to claw our way toward a flicker of hope. In that moment, the room trembled with the weight of choices, the silence shattered by the intensity of truth laid bare. The air pulsed, a living entity caught in the storm of rebellion and loyalty, love and fear. And as I stood there, witnessing this unraveling, I understood that the story was only just beginning, a tale woven with the threads of desire and despair, an echo of history that would never truly end. The castle looms above, a dark silhouette against the bruised sky. Thunder rolls in the distance, a low growl that seems to echo the turmoil within. I stand in the shadow of its ancient stones, feeling the weight of history pressing down, suffocating it, electrifying. I remember the chill of the rain, each drop a cold reminder of the blood spilled in these halls, blood that, much like the ghosts of kings and queens long gone, lingers, whispering secrets of power and despair. "Louis," she cries, her voice breaking like a fragile glass. Marie, my sister, stands before me, a tempest of emotion, her eyes wide with fear and fury. "You cannot bring them back. You cannot. But what does it matter? The echoes of the past are relentless. They haunt me like shadows in the night, twisting my dreams into nightmares. I remember the faces, those who believed, those who suffered, and those who were betrayed. Kings have fallen, yet the monarchy remains. Does it breathe? Does it bleed? I can feel its pulse in my veins, an insistent thrum that draws me to the precipice of decision. Marie, you don't understand. I can hear the desperation in my own voice, a thin veneer over the fury boiling beneath. The throne is not just a seat. It's a promise to the people, to the blood that flows through our family. But the words feel hollow, echoing against the stone walls, ricocheting back into the chasm of doubt that threatens to swallow me whole. I remember the night the crown was placed upon my head, the weight of it almost unbearable. I felt like a marionette strung up by the very strings of history, each pull a reminder of every sacrifice made, every life lost. It tasted bitter on my tongue, this power that was once coveted, now a burden, heavy and sharp. What does a crown mean if it's worn by a coward? I had muttered to myself, the reflection in the mirror staring back at me with hollow eyes, a mockery of my resolve. I understand all too well. Louis, she says, her voice a low whisper now, laden with sorrow. It means you are damned to repeat the same mistakes. To forget the people in favor of the crown. The thunder crashes again, as if nature itself is protesting, warning against the inevitable. I can feel the chill wrapping around my heart like a vice. But it's not just the crown. It's the honor, the legacy, our family's name, honor. She scoffs, the sound sharp enough to cut. Honor is a facade, a perfect mask hiding the rot. You think you're a king, Louis, but what kind of king is ruled by shadows? Every decision you make drags us deeper into darkness. Her words hang in the air, heavy with truth, and I feel them pierce me, a dagger to the heart. Around us, the castle groans as if it, too, is weary of the blood that has stained its stones. The halls pulse with memories of laughter that turned to screams, of banquets turned to funerals. I remember the faces of the courtiers, a sea of empty smiles, their eyes darting like rats, always searching for the next betrayer. The court is a theatre, Marie, I whisper, almost to myself, the pain of it clawing at my throat. And I am the puppet who dances on strings made of deceit. Then cut the strings, she pleads, desperation lacing her tone. You have the power to change things. To break the cycle. The people are suffering. They need a leader who sees them, who feels their pain. The truth washes over me like a wave, relentless and consuming. I think of the streets filled with desperate souls, their eyes hollow, haunted by hunger and fear. They don't see me. They see a figure in a castle, a distant silhouette against the skyline, but they don't know the weight of the crown, the shadows that cloak my every decision. Do you think I don't see them? I bellow, the rage spilling out, unmasking the vulnerability I have kept locked away. Do you think I don't feel their pain? The storm inside me rages, threatening to explode, but just as quickly, the fire dims, leaving ashes of regret. And yet, what can I do? They will never accept a king who questions the very fabric of their beliefs. Marie inches closer, her gaze piercing through me, dissecting my facade. Then be the king they need. Be the change. Louis, don't you see? The throne is not just about power, it's about responsibility. The rain lashes against the stone, a sharp reminder of time slipping through our fingers like grains of sand. I look out across the horizon, the swirling clouds a turbulent mirror of my heart. I remember the dreams that once lingered, dreams of a united kingdom, of love, of peace. But those dreams have twisted, warped into nightmares filled with betrayal and loss. Why does it have to be this way? I whisper, almost to the storm itself, my voice barely audible over the cacophony of nature's wrath. The castle trembles, as if in answer, and for a moment, I feel the weight of every soul that has come before me, their hopes, their fears, their sacrifices. I begin, my voice cracking, I remember the stories of kings who ruled with justice. Of queens who inspired love. But what if those stories are just that, stories? What if monarchy is nothing more than a cruel joke played by fate? Marie reaches out, her hand trembling as it touches my arm. But you have the power to turn the joke into a legacy, Louis. You have the power to rewrite the tale. And in that moment, the storm inside me stirs, a flicker of something long thought extinguished, a spark of hope, mingled with fear. I remember the laughter that once filled these halls. I remember the love that could transcend crowns and thrones. I feel it now, a wild yearning, a desperate need to reclaim the narrative, to shift the tide. But the storm rages on, and I stand at the crossroads of destiny, caught between the shadows of the past and the flickering light of possibility. What will become of the king? What will become of the crown? As the thunder crashes above, I realize that this moment, this haunting, electrifying moment, will be the forge that shapes my choice. And in the echoes of my sister's plea, I sense the ghost of a future yet unwritten, full of potential but laden with the weight of what I could become. And so, I stand, on the cusp of decision, knowing that the storm has only just begun. The clock struck midnight, and the air thickened with tension. Moonlight poured through the barred windows, casting long, skeletal shadows across the stone walls. I stood there, heart pounding, breath shallow, caught in a moment that felt both inevitable and surreal. In the flickering candlelight, the faces around me held masks of desperation, each a portrait of fear, pride, and unyielding ambition. I could feel it, the weight of decisions looming, a tempest ready to break. "Do you hear that?" a voice whispered, trembling yet defiant. It was Eloise, the advisor whose faith in the crown had become a palpable tension, a tightrope strung above an abyss. Her hand shook as she clutched a parchment, the ink smeared, a testament to her sleepless nights. Her eyes, dark and wide, reflected a storm raging within. "They are coming for us." It was not just the enemy at the gates, it was the whispers of betrayal, the shadows of uncertainty that encircled us like vultures waiting for the inevitable fall. I remember the first time I met Eloise. She was confident, her laughter ringing like bells in the halls of power, until it all spiraled into chaos, and laughter turned into bitter silence. We were allies forged in ambition, yet now, doubt draped itself around us like a shroud. "We can't afford to waver," she urged, her voice trembling but fierce. "Every choice we make, it matters. It shapes everything." Beside her stood Lord Cormac, the minister with eyes like storm clouds. His brow furrowed, etched with lines of worry that spoke of a lifetime spent navigating treacherous waters. "Your idealism is naive," he said, his tone clipped, sharp as broken glass. "We're not in a story where righteousness prevails. This is a game of survival." The truth of his words pierced through me, sharp and cold. He was right, but in that moment, the weight of his cynicism felt like a leaden blanket, stifling the flickering flame of hope. I remember the way he clenched his fists, knuckles white against the table, a man caught in the grip of his own morality. He had sacrificed so much, and yet here he stood, terrified of losing it all. He was the embodiment of a kingdom's burdens, carrying the weight of 1,000 dreams on his shoulders. "We must prepare," he said, voice dropping to a whisper that echoed in the stillness. "If we falter, the crown will be lost." His eyes bore into mine, demanding the impossible, the assurance of a victory that felt increasingly out of reach. The tension coiled tighter, a snake ready to strike. I felt their hopes entwined with my own, a fragile thread of trust weaving us together in this dark hour. I remember the taste of fear on my tongue, sharp and metallic, as we huddled together in that dimly lit room, plotting our next move against an unseen enemy that lurked beyond the castle walls. And then, silence. A breath held too long in the throat, the kind that grows heavy with foreboding. We could hear a distant clamor, shouts, armor clanging, the heartbeat of a kingdom rising in rebellion. Eloise turned toward the door, eyes wide, her spirit a flickering flame in the madness. "They'll come for us first," she murmured, a chilling certainty. "They always do." The ghosts of our choices loomed over us, a parade of missteps and regrets. I thought of the lives we were responsible for, farmers, children, the innocent, and the crushing weight of it all felt like nails driving into my chest. I had wanted to change the world, to be a hero in a time of darkness. But now, I was just a man standing on the precipice, teetering between hope and despair. "Cormac," I said, voice cracking under the pressure. "What do we do?" My question hung in the air, a fragile echo of desperation. He looked at me, and in that moment, I saw the flicker of resolve ignite behind his stormy gaze. "We fight. We always fight." And there it was, the heartbeat of our rebellion, the pulse of our fragile alliance. I remember the warmth of that moment. It was a fleeting flame, yet it sparked something deep within me. We were not just advisors and ministers, we were warriors of a different kind, guardians of dreams tethered to a crumbling kingdom. The clock ticked on, relentless, mocking. Each second was a reminder of our mortality, our frailty. Outside, the chaos roared like a beast, hungry and relentless. As we prepared to step into the fray, the weight of our choices bore down on us like a collapsing sky, and I remembered the faces of those who believed in us. Would we rise to meet their hopes, or would we be the architects of their despair? The doorway loomed ahead, dark and foreboding, a threshold into the unknown. Eloise's hand brushed against mine, a fleeting connection, charged with the electricity of unspoken promises. I turned to Cormac, a silent challenge passing between us. We had to hold the line, had to protect what was left of our kingdom. As we stepped into the night, swords drawn and hearts racing, I felt the gravity of our task settle like a stone in my gut. The air around us crackled with anticipation, the moonlight shimmering in the chaos. We were no longer just players in a game, we had become part of a much larger story, a tapestry woven with threads of ambition, betrayal, and an unyielding fight for survival. In the darkness, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. A tempest was brewing, and as the shadows danced around us, I could only wonder, how far would we go to protect what we loved? The echoes of our choices would shape the future, and as we charged into the fray, I felt the weight of our legacy pressing down, a haunting reminder that every moment, every heartbeat, could change everything. The echoes of footsteps bounced off the cold, stone walls of the palace, a symphony of anxiety. Louis XVIII stood at the window, the moonlight slicing through the glass like a knife, illuminating the shadows that danced around him. Outside, Paris itself felt alive, the air thick with the whispers of revolution, the cries of the people roiling like a fever. The city, once a glittering jewel, now lay shrouded in a tapestry of fear and hope, a restless beast shifting in its sleep. I remember clenching my fists, the tension coiling in my chest like a serpent ready to strike. Louis, his frame heavy with the burden of a crown, was a man both revered and reviled. In his heart, passion wrestled with despair, in his eyes, a flicker of something fierce, something desperate. Every tick of the clock felt like a countdown to destiny, the hands moving with merciless precision. The world outside was a riot of color, yet within these walls, shadows stretched longer, deeper, their secrets pooling in corners like spilled ink. He turned, his gaze piercing into the very marrow of my soul. "You think power is easy," he said, and the bitterness hung in the air like smoke. "You think a throne is a seat of glory? It is a seat of knives." His voice trembled, the vulnerability in his tone a haunting melody, a stark contrast to the brutal realities of a king's life. In that moment, I saw him, not just as the king restoring a monarchy, but as a man carved from the very fabric of history, marred by betrayal and haunted by ghosts. Each scar on his heart told a story, tales of exile, of dreams that lingered like specters in the twilight. But it wasn't just Louis standing at the precipice of turmoil. There was Emily, a woman of quiet strength, her spirit forged in the fires of revolution. I remember her fierce determination as she fought against the tides of oppression, her heart a wild drum echoing through the cobblestone streets. In her eyes burned a fire that could ignite revolutions or consume her whole. She was a paradox, a symbol of hope and defiance, woven into the very fabric of the city. "Are you with me, Louis?" she had demanded, her voice a whisper wrapped in steel, as they stood in the flickering candlelight, fighting against the shadows that threatened to engulf them both. "Can you feel it? The winds are changing, the people are restless." Louis shook his head, the weight of the crown heavy upon him. "To lead is to carry the burden of 1,000 souls. What do I owe them, Emily? Will they not turn against me? Will I not spill blood to keep my throne?" The doubt laced through his words, a haunting refrain that would not let him go. Time passed in a cruel dance, each day a reminder of the fragility of power. The walls threatened to close in, and the air thickened with the scent of impending chaos. I remember how the clock's ticking became a metronome for our fears, each second stretching into eternity, each moment a reminder that the past was never truly buried. The streets of Paris bore witness to the turmoil. I saw the faces of the people, their eyes wild with desperation, each one a mirror reflecting the despair that resonated in Louis' soul. The cries for justice, for blood, a cacophony that thrummed like a heartbeat. They were the ghosts of revolution, remnants of dreams crushed beneath the weight of tyranny, and Louis, in his gilded cage, felt the chill of their discontent seep into his bones. Emily stood at the forefront of this storm, wielding her voice like a sword, slicing through the chaos with an urgency that could not be ignored. "We must rise," she shouted, her words a rallying cry that echoed through the alleyways. "Are we to be shackled by fear? Must we bow to the tyranny of kings?" The crowd roared in response, a wave of fervor rising like a tsunami, crashing against the bastions of silence. In those moments, I felt the pulse of history, the electric current of possibility, and through it all, I saw Louis, broken yet unyielding, a man torn between two worlds. But there were cracks in the armor, flaws that would not be ignored. As Louis grappled with his demons, I witnessed the toll it took. The nights grew longer, sleep elusive, and each day brought fresh reminders of his vulnerability. The golden threads of monarchical power began to fray, the fabric of his reign unraveling amidst the cries of the populace. "Will you sacrifice everything for this throne?" Emily pressed, her voice trembling with emotion. "Or will you stand with us, a king among the people? You cannot rule from a distance, you must feel their pain." The clash of ideals hung heavy in the air, a storm brewing on the horizon, and I could feel the electricity crackle between them, tension palpable as if the very universe held its breath. Each heartbeat resonated with the weight of choices, of loyalties stretched to the breaking point, and as dawn broke over the horizon, it marked not just the start of a new day, but the beginning of a confrontation that would alter the course of history. The moon slipped away, shadows retreating into the corners, but the ghosts remained. Louis stood in the silence, a king on the brink, his heart in turmoil, while Emily embodied the spirit of a changing world, a reminder that even the mightiest of crowns could tremble in the hands of fate. "Can you feel it?" she whispered, her voice barely a breath, yet it echoed with the force of 1,000 storms. "The winds are shifting, Louis. The people are rising." And deep within the heart of Europe, the pulse of revolution quickened, an unstoppable force, a tempest ready to consume everything in its path. No longer could Louis XVIII cling to the illusions of power. The clock was ticking, and the hour was nigh. A chill grips the room, shadows dancing in the flickering candlelight, whispering secrets and regrets. The air is thick with the scent of damp earth, a reminder that history clings to the present, each heartbeat echoing the truths we dare not face. I stand there, an unwitting intruder on the precipice of memory, where every tick of the clock resonates with the weight of despair. In that moment, as the clock strikes the hour, I feel the pull of Louis XVIII's spirit, a ghostly presence haunting the corridors of time. I remember the way he wore his crown, a heavy burden resting on his brow, etched with the lines of a man who had tasted both glory and ignominy. I remember his sigh, a sound like the rustle of forgotten leaves, a man crushed under the weight of expectation, lost in the dance of power and betrayal. He was not the king we wished for but the one we deserved, a paradox wrapped in silk and sorrow. And then there's Marie, her eyes a tempest of grief and defiance, tracing the edges of a world that has spun out of control. She clutches a fading portrait of Louis, fingers trembling as if trying to grasp the very essence of the man frozen in time. "What is a king without his people?" she murmurs, the words dripping with bitterness, each syllable a dagger that pierces the stillness. Yet within her, a flicker remains, a stubborn ember refusing to be snuffed out. She is the heartbeat of revolution, the pulse of change, and yet, trapped in the suffocating embrace of nostalgia. And then there's Etienne, a historian by trade and an idealist by birth, who stands on the threshold of sanity, wrestling with the ghosts of a bygone era. His obsession is palpable, each fact a thread pulling him deeper into a web of longing. Louis XVIII was not just a king, he insists, voice trembling with conviction, he was an idea. A symbol of resilience. But the words hang heavy in the air, weighed down by the reality of what was lost. He is a man caught in a whirlwind of his own making, a scholar drowning in the tides of time. As we gather in the dim light of the old library, the shadows gather around us, suffocating and intimate. The walls seem to breathe, exhaling tales of betrayal and triumph, their surface is a tapestry woven with the echoes of lives lived and lost. I can feel Louis' presence, a spectre lurking at the edges of my consciousness, reminding us of the fragility of power. I remember, I whisper, each recollection a stone cast into the abyss, ripples forming as the memories collide, merging past and present in a cacophony of emotion. I remember the corridors of Versailles, grand yet suffocating, each ornate detail a reminder of the lives spent in service to the crown. It's all so absurd, I chuckle, the humor a thin veil for the heartbreak. They bathed once a year. So yeah, romance was earthy. Laughter spills into the gloom like a fragile light, but it cannot extinguish the shadows that loom large, the specters of executions and pestilence lurking just beyond the flicker of the flames. In the heart of the city, the cobblestones seem to pulse with life, memories embedded in their very fabric, the whispers of revolution, the cries of the fallen. Each step we take resounds with the footsteps of those who came before us, the echoes of their suffering shaping our own realities. I can almost see them, faces etched with determination, eyes gleaming with hope, marching forward into the unknown. But with each heartbeat, the weight of history thunders louder, the spectre of Louis XVIII looming over us, a reminder of the cost of ambition. Marie's voice pulls me back, raw and trembling. Do you think he ever found peace? The question hangs heavy, suffocating beneath the weight of unfulfilled dreams and unrealized potential. He was a man trapped in a gilded cage, I reply, words tasting of ashes. A king who knew too well the price of loyalty. Her eyes glisten with unshed tears, the burden of his legacy weighing heavily upon her delicate shoulders. Etienne, she turns to him, desperation creeping into her tone, can you not see? We are the heirs of his mistakes. We carry his grief like a shroud. The historian's face pales, the gravity of her words settling in like a storm cloud. But we can learn from him, he protests weakly, to rise from the ashes. Hope flickers in his eyes, a brief respite in the relentless march of despair. But as the clock ticks, we are pulled deeper into the chasm of our own making. The light flickers, casting elongated shadows that twist and writhe against the walls, a dance of the damned. We are haunted by our own memories, our own regrets, the specters of what might have been. Louis, oh Louis, I whisper into the silence, the name a prayer and a lament, what have you left us? The answer comes not in words, but in the heavy silence that envelops us, a reminder of the chasm between the past and the present, a void that stretches infinitely. His legacy is not one of triumph, but of haunting echoes, reverberating through the corridors of time, a reminder that history, no matter how far removed, is never truly gone. In that moment, the shadows thicken, swirling around us like a tempest, heavy with unresolved longing. I feel Marie's hand on my shoulder, a tether to the present, as Etienne's voice rises, an incantation against the darkness. We remember, the words weave a spell, binding us together in our shared grief, our shared hope. But the weight of the past is relentless, each remembrance a stone pressing against our chests. The echoes of Louis XVIII swirl around us like a haunting melody, a reminder that the past, no matter how distant, continues to shape our present. And as the candles flicker, casting an eerie glow upon the walls, I realize we are not merely recalling a king, we are wrestling with the very essence of who we are, a never-ending cycle of remembrance and regret. Louis! I cry into the void, every ounce of my being trembling with emotion. The shadows respond, a hush falling over the room, and for a brief moment, I think I see him, a silhouette framed by the light, a king caught in the liminal space between memory and reality, forever bound to the legacy he left behind. But he vanishes as quickly as he appears, leaving us suspended in the haunting silence, a reminder that some stories are never truly over, but merely waiting to be told again. In the dim light of a flickering candle, shadows danced across the stone walls of a forgotten chamber. The air was thick with the weight of history, every breath steeped in the ghosts of those who had come before. Louis XVIII sat alone, his hands trembling, the remnants of a royal crown resting heavy on his brow, a symbol of power, yet a burden he never wanted. Outside, the wind howled like a wounded beast, rattling the shutters, a stark reminder of the chaos that swirled beyond his gilded cage. I remember that night vividly. The echoes of revolution still haunted the cobblestones of Paris. The people had not forgotten. They were starving, desperate, and angry. Just like him. He was a king without a kingdom, a man lost amid the ruins of his family's legacy. Time had slipped through his fingers like grains of sand, and as he gazed into the flickering flame, he felt the heat of his own insignificance. What does it mean to be a king, he whispered to the shadows, when your people see you as a ghost? In a nearby alley, a woman named Claire shivered, her frame small and fragile against the biting cold. She clutched her child, a tiny bundle, swaddled in rags that barely protected him from the winter's wrath. She had once dreamed of love, of cloaks made from the softest velvet, of a home filled with laughter that echoed off the walls. Now, every night was a struggle for survival, and every day was a stark reminder of her failures. I remember the taste of bread, she murmured to her son, her voice choked with longing. It was warm, like the sun. But dreams turned sour when the scent of decay lingered in the air, mingling with the smoke. The streets were alive with whispers of rebellion, of violence, and the desperate rage of a populace that had seen too much suffering. Claire's heart raced as she thought of Louis. Was he even aware of their plight? Did he feel the pulse of the city, the collective heartbeat of those who had nothing left to lose? She had once admired him, the idea of him, a king who would restore the glory of France. But in the shadows of despair, admiration turned to bitterness. Across town, a soldier named Etienne stood guard, his posture rigid against the chill. He was a man torn between duty and conscience, between the crown and the cries of the people. His hands were stained with the blood of his compatriots, and every time he closed his eyes, he could hear their voices pleading, begging to be freed from tyranny. I remember their faces, he would say, voice trembling, the ones who believed in the dream of liberty, only to be crushed beneath the weight of royal indifference. The night was a tapestry woven with the threads of fate, where the paths of Louis, Claire, and Etienne merged and twisted, a silent symphony of sorrow and hope. Louis could feel the restlessness in the air, the electric charge of impending change as he turned over the fragile pages of his own history. I tried, he thought, to bring stability, to heal the fractures of this kingdom. But what is a king who is not loved? His heart ached with the burden of his title, the crown digging into his skull as if it were a vice tightening around his very soul. Then came the moment, a flare of anger ignited in the streets, a storm unleashed. Claire gathered her courage, clutching her child close as she joined the throng, the cries of the people rising like a chant, a primal roar demanding justice. Etienne, torn by loyalty to a king who felt like a ghost and the flesh and blood reality of the suffering masses, faced a choice that burned like fire in his chest. I remember the oaths I swore, he thought, but what good are they if they lead only to despair? The clash of ideals echoed through the night as Louis peered through the window, witnessing the chaos unfold. This is my legacy, he thought, despair creeping in like a thief. He felt the walls closing in, each heartbeat a reminder of his isolation, the weight of history pressing down like a tombstone. He closed his eyes, imagining a different world, a world where he could step off the pedestal and walk among the people, and feel their heartbeat alongside his. Will they forgive me? He wondered, a ghost himself, haunted by the knowledge that he was both king and captive. No longer just a title but a prison he wore like a shroud, suffocating and isolating. The flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows, the flame trembling like his resolve, flickering between the past he could never escape and the uncertain future that loomed ahead. As the night wore on, the intensity of the confrontation grew. The pounding of boots against the cobblestones was a drumbeat of revolution, a relentless chant that echoed through the very marrow of the city. Claire's heart quickened, the adrenaline surging through her veins as she pushed her way through the crowd. This is for you, she whispered to her son, holding him tightly against her chest, shielding him from the storm of humanity that surged around them. Etienne, now standing at the crossroads of his soul, felt the weight of a decision that could change everything. The cries of the people pierced through his armor, shattering the illusion of loyalty that had kept him shackled. To stand against tyranny, to stand for my brothers and sisters, he thought, the resolve hardening within him like steel. He could feel the tide of destiny pulling him, the inescapable current that would redefine not just his life, but the fate of a nation. And in that moment of collective reckoning, as shadows clashed and hearts beat fiercely against the night, Louis, Claire, and Etienne danced on the precipice of history. The air crackled with uncertainty, the weight of their choices reverberating through time itself. In this chaos, this maelstrom of emotion and tension, they were not simply characters in a story, but the very embodiment of a legacy that would forever echo through the ages. The candle flickered, and for a fleeting moment, the shadows converged, swirling into a tempest of longing, fear, and hope. The world hung in the balance, a fragile thread, as the pulse of revolution beat louder, a symphony of change that could not be silenced. Louis stood at the window, heart pounding, the echoes of the past and the cries of the present crashing together like waves against the shore. He was a king, yes, but he was also human, lost and searching, just like them. And in that shared uncertainty, in that raw, unfiltered moment, the complexity of his legacy began to unfurl, a tapestry woven with the threads of dreams and despair, illuminating the truth that perhaps, just perhaps, it is in the chaos that we find our truest selves.